Order. Order. I recognize the Chief Clerk.
Speaker, in the excitement of Friday, I neglected to advise the House that the Committee of the Whole House on Bills had met and considered private bills 30 and 48 without any amendments, and that the Chair had been instructed to recommend those bills to the favourable consideration of the House.
Clarify those bills. Order that those bills to be read a third time. Presenting and reading petitions. I recognize the honourable member for Richmond.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg leave to table a petition from residents of Richmond County, and the operative clause of the petition reads, whereas Grand Grave Road, located in Richmond County, Nova Scotia, is currently a gravel road which receives minimal annual maintenance, and whereas Grand Grave Road has many current residents along with lands available for future housing developments located less than 3 kilometers from the village of St. Peter's, a growing commercial retail district in Richmond County. And whereas Grand Grave Beach, a popular destination for residents and tourists that is well situated for future development and is located at the end of Grand Grave Road, therefore we, the undersigned residents of Nova Scotia with an interest in improving safety for residents and visitors to Grand Grave Road, call upon the Minister of Public Works to pave the Grand Grave Road from where it begins on Route 247 to Grand Grave Beach. There are 172 signatures on the petition, and I have affixed my signature on the front page as per the rules of the House.
The petition is tabled. Presenting reports of committees. I recognize the honourable member for Bedford Basin.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, as Vice Chair of the Committee on Public Bills, I am directed to report that the committee has met and considered the following bill. Bill number 24, an act respecting temporary access to adjacent land and to amend Chapter 23 of the Acts of 2021, the Joint Regional Transportation Agency Act.
The report is tabled. Order that the bill be referred to the Committee of the Whole House on Bills. Table of reports, regulations, and other papers. Statements by ministers. Government notice of motions. Introduction of bills. Notices of motion. Statements by members. I recognize the honourable member for Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to make an introduction.
Oh, please do.
In the gallery today, we have Charlotte McKinnon and her cheer teammate and friend, Juliet Heineman. Charlotte and Juliet and their team will be representing Canada in the Under-16 Level 2 division in Orlando, Florida this April, and we look forward to cheering them on as they represent our country at the Summit Championship event. I would like to ask all members of the House to welcome and wish the Team Lux the best of luck in Florida. Go Canada, go.
Welcome to the House. We hope you enjoy your time here and good luck in your competition. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize a long-standing business family in the Halifax Needham community, C. Robertson Business Equipment. These third-generation business owners are looking to retire and are putting their North End store's longtime home on Kennard Street on the market. Dan and Mike Robertson are moving on from the business that their grandfather, Alec Robertson, started in 1928 when he bought the hardware store on Godigan Street. Its current home at 5514 Kennard Street is where Alec and Mike relocated, and they were known as the Robertson's Variety Store. Mike's father took over the business in 1956, shifted to selling servicing and renting business equipment, and today the store sells TVs, laptops, toners, ink cartridges, cash registers, and so on. And they were once the biggest sellers of electronic typewriters, probably in Canada, all at one time. We will miss the staple in our community, and especially the friendly staff and family that has always been helpful when it comes to this product. And I wish them well in their early retirement.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to recognize Dr. Robert Summerby Murray, the 34th President of St. Mary's University. He will be leaving SMU this July after serving a full decade as President. Dr. Summerby Murray has a long, distinguished career as a researcher, teacher, and university administrator across Canada. As St. Mary's President, he has championed academic excellence and has been recognized as one of the Atlantic Business Magazine's top 50 CEOs. He has shown a deep commitment to the international mosaic of St. Mary's student body. Anytime there's an event in Halifax celebrating our diverse communities, you'll probably find Dr. Summerby Murray there. Madam Speaker, I ask that all members of this House join me in thanking Dr. Summerby Murray for his leadership and wish him best in his next chapter. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Preston.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg leave to make an introduction before I begin my statement.
Please do.
Thank you. Joining us today in the gallery is Al McPhee, a true legend in the automotive field. Al, it is an honor to introduce you in the legislature. I would ask you to rise and receive a gracious welcome from this House of Assembly.
Well, welcome, Al. We hope you enjoy your time here. I recognize the honourable member for Preston.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to acknowledge the remarkable contributions of Al McPhee, a true Nova Scotian business icon. With nearly 6 decades in the automotive industry, Al's journey from Cape Breton to national prominence is inspiring. As past chairman of the Canadian Automobile Dealers Association and former president of both the Nova Scotia and Halifax Dartmouth Automobile Dealers Association, Al has tirelessly shaped the auto industry. His leadership at McPhee, Chevrolet, Buick, Cadillac, GMC for 27 years turned the dealership into Nova Scotia's largest and Canada's 3rd largest General Motors dealership. Today, he continues his impressive career as president of McPhee Ford in Dartmouth. Al's legacy extends beyond business. He and his wife, Mary, passionately support the McPhee Center for Creative Learning, empowering marginalized youth through innovative education. Recognized as one of Atlantic Canada's top 50 CEOs and honored with prestigious awards such as the Canadian Automobile Dealers Association recognition and Ford's Global Salute to Dealers, Al exemplifies dedication, leadership, and community spirit. Madam Speaker, I ask all members to please join me in celebrating Al McPhee's exceptional contributions to Nova Scotia. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As time has been ticking down on our time here in the legislature, I want to give a few thank yous. First, thank you to our caucus staff who've been keeping us going, to my staff at my office, Dylan, who is doing a lot of heavy lifting these days, to Anne and Donna, who've been helping out in our office, as well as looking after our constituents in our pop-up offices. I cannot thank them enough. To my husband, who's been holding down the fort at home with our children, and my children for their patience as Mommy gets in the car and drives up to Halifax and drives home every week. And to our family who've been helping out, making sure that our daughter, Rory, gets to her swim lessons. And I also want to thank my caucus staff for when my daughter was sick in the hospital, for picking up my slack and allowing me that time to be with her. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I want to recognize a good friend of mine, Dave Reynolds. He's been a friend for a long time, and he's launching a new book tomorrow called Radical Growth. And in this book, he presents a compelling narrative on becoming an unstoppable leader by mastering the art of asking powerful questions. Central to Radical Growth is the idea that effective leaders use questions to foster deeper understanding, encourage critical thinking, and empower their teams to realize their full potential. This approach transforms the traditional paradigm of leadership by placing emphasis on dialogue and inquiry rather than directive and control. Dave's insights are invaluable for any leader looking to guide their teams and solve complex problems. By employing the techniques outlined in Radical Growth, leaders can cultivate an environment where innovation thrives and individuals feel genuinely valued and heard. Through this groundbreaking work, Dave equips leaders with a powerful framework by using questions to unlock potential and achieve extraordinary results. I ask the members and the host to join me in recognizing Dave, and I encourage everyone in the host to take a look at his book. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Victoria the Lakes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I stand before you today to congratulate my brother-in-law, Paul Rapp, on his retirement after more than 34 years of dedicated and exceptional service to the Nova Scotia Liquor Corporation. Paul's last day is March 31st, and I know there will be mixed emotions for him. The NSLC was more than just a workplace for Paul. It began a significant part of his personal story. It's where he met his wonderful wife, Jennifer. Together they built a life full of love, raising their 3 children and creating lasting memories. It's also where Paul formed some of his closest friendships, bonds that have endured through both challenges and triumphs, whether it was supporting each other during difficult times, like when they lost their home in 10 Talon Fire in 2023, or celebrating milestones like hockey tournament victories and graduations. Paul's time at the NSLC was intertwined with his family and friends. Over the years, Paul has worked his way up through the ranks, and we now see him retired as a Senior Vice President of Customer Services. Paul, on behalf of the Timmins family, I want to wish you the very best in your next chapter. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Madame la Présidente, rien n'annonce plus clairement le printemps que le sève d'érable qui coule. Nous voulons célébrer avec du sirop d'érable, des dégustations de sirop et des visites à la cabane à sucre. Grâce au Conseil communautaire de Grande Arve, nous avons pu célébrer l'arrivée du printemps il y a quelques semaines. C'est encore une grande foule et une salle complète à la cabane à sucre, avec un copieux petit déjeuner, de la musique, des jeux pour les enfants et bien sûr, la tire de sirop d'érable sur la neige. Et bien sûr, partout en Nouvelle-Écosse, les communautés se rassemblent pour ce doux rappel de la promesse du printemps. Merci au Conseil communautaire de Grande Arve d'avoir ramené la cabane à sucre urbaine. Madam Speaker, there is no surer sign of spring than the maple sap running. We want to celebrate with maple syrup, syrup pulls, and trip to the sugar shack. Thanks to the Conseil communautaire de Grande Arve, we were able to celebrate the arrival of spring a couple of weeks ago here in Halifax. It was another sold-out sugar shack event with a bountiful breakfast, music, games for kids, and of course, maple syrup on the snow. Across Nova Scotia, communities are gathering for this sweet reminder of the promise of spring. Thanks to the Conseil communautaire de Grande Arve for bringing the urban sugar shack back.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise in my place to recognize someone we all know, Jean LaRoche. Hey, let's talk about John for a second. I was 7 years old when he started his reporting career. In the days of the rotary phone and the fax machine, Madam Speaker, John started. And he has had such a successful career in media. Started reporting Nova Scotia politics in 1995. Jean has covered probably some of the most important stories that have been told in this place and across province. And I can tell you, as someone who's been here for almost 10 years, I probably got more of a history lesson about the province and what has happened in this province by just the conversations I've had with Sean in the hall. I wish him and his family the very best. In whatever comes next, I hope he comes to Cape Breton someday so I can buy him a sandwich and a bowl of soup and we can have a talk about politics. Yeah, well, maybe a little bit more. But I do rise my place to wish him the very best, and I'll say this. In a world that we live in today, where local media is always at risk, where there's so much division that we see all over the world, local media matters. Those stories are the stories that help families in our communities each and every day. And Jean Laroche dedicated his career to telling the local story. So, Madam Speaker, from my family, from Cape Breton, from our Liberal caucus, I wish Jean Laroche the very best in his retirement and thank him for his service to Nova Scotia. Congratulations.
I recognize the honourable member for Clare.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to acknowledge Rael and Darlene Melanson of Bay Bees Off-Grid Homesteading. This local business provides chemical-free and all-natural products for our community. Since getting some honeybees only a couple years ago, their business has expanded greatly. The bees are situated at their home where they can tend to them daily and extract the honey from their own backyard. Residents can find them at the Clare Market Fair every Saturday morning, always with a great smile on their faces. I ask all members to join me in acknowledging Rael and Darlene of Bay Bees Off-Grid Homesteading on everything they have accomplished so far, and I'm excited to see how the business will grow in the future. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, I would like to extend my sincerest congratulations to the team at Able Pest Control, who recently celebrated their 100th year of operation. From humble beginnings in a basement in Toronto, Able has grown into the only coast-to-coast Canadian-owned pest control company. Their Nova Scotia office is located in Burnside in Dartmouth North and serves the people of Nova Scotia with the same dedication and innovation that Able has demonstrated since 1924. Throughout the past century, Able has successfully navigated through challenging historical and financial times, overcoming the adversities of war, industry competition, and several recessions. It goes to show that the only thing more resilient than a tough pest is an even tougher pest controller. I would ask the House to help me congratulate Able Pest Control on this historic milestone.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I rise to recognize Cheryl Smith of West Amherst for her dedication and commitment to the delivery of health care in Cumberland North and indeed our province. Cheryl began her career as a registered nurse. However, when the role of nurse practitioner came online, she was among the very first licensed nurse practitioners in Nova Scotia. Her love of learning has led her to mentor and teach others, studying to be a nurse practitioner while also continuing her own education at Duquesne University in Pennsylvania, where she received a Doctor of Nursing Practice with a specialty in polypharmacy focusing on seniors. Her work now is primarily as a primary care provider for nursing homes and residential care facilities in the Amherst area. However, she serves on a number of provincial and local committees. Cheryl and her husband Donnie have 2 daughters, 1 son, and 4 grandchildren, and keep them busy. Cheryl also volunteers with various groups, including Cumberland County Hospice and Palliative Care Society. Madam Speaker, please join me in thanking Cheryl Smith for her exemplary dedication to the nursing profession and for being an inspiring example of leadership in healthcare. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Yarmouth.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize a remarkable feat of strength by a resident of Yarmouth. Brian Bowers competed at the Canadian Powerlifting Union Nationals in the Master 3 93-kilogram class in Moose Jaw, Saskatchewan at the end of February. I'm excited to report that Brian won gold. Brian won by squatting a personal competition best 402 pounds, benching 286 pounds, and ending with another personal competition best deadlifting an amazing 501 pounds. Brian's strength isn't limited to just the weight room. Brian is a dedicated community supporter. He is the owner of Pleasant Supplies Timber Mart in Yarmouth and the board chair for the National Timber Mart brand. Brian draws his strength from his closest relationships, his family, his friends, and through his church. Brian shared the win with his training partner, AJ Plazer, and the support of his two biggest fans, his granddaughters, Autumn and Kaya. With this win, Brian will represent Canada at the World Championships in Cape Town, South Africa in December. I invite all members of the House to join me in wishing Brian Bowers all the success as he represents Canada on the world stage. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to celebrate World Tuberculosis Day. World Tuberculosis Day focuses on a global challenge that affects millions every year. It's a day that brings people together, raising awareness about the impact of TB and the ongoing efforts to beat it. Today is a reminder that despite advances in medicine, TB still poses a significant threat, especially in parts of the world where limited access to health care. Madam Speaker, I encourage all members to join me in global solidarity in the fight against TB, reminding us that this is a battle we're still fighting. It's a call to action for each and every one of us. Today is not just about raising awareness, but it's about inspiring change.
For Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll just rise to my feet quickly. Just as we all know, the federal election was called yesterday. We know that a lot of volunteers are out in communities right across the province working for various parties and supporting their local candidates across the province. So I just rise in my place to thank all those volunteers, regardless of who you support. You know, we all have the privilege of serving in here and being elected to serve and represent our communities, and we have a lot of people that help us along the way. Especially now with what has been transpiring in the world, voting matters that much more. We want everybody to vote that can. We want people to be involved with the political process, and I just rise to my place to thank the hundreds and thousands, really, of volunteers that are going to be involved across the province in the next election. Most importantly, supporting our democracy. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Eastern Passage.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize Mandy Raptis for her never-ending kindness and dedication to the Eastern Passage community. Each Friday, Mandy, along with a few friends, offer a delicious home-cooked meal to seniors at our local Legion. Seniors come from near and far for a delicious hearty meal and great company and lots of fun. Mandy regularly sees an average of 40 to 60 seniors each week. Many years back, Mandy saw a need for a senior social in the area, and she's been serving up hot meals ever since. In addition, Mandy also started the hugely popular Seenagers group that meets every Monday for various activities, including a prom, as well as things like painting afternoon. Madam Speaker, I ask all members of the Nova Scotia Legislature to join me in recognizing Mandy Raptis for all that she does in the Eastern Passage and area for creating a safe and social place for seniors to meet and have great fun. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A federal election has been called. That means campaign staff and volunteers are going to be working long, tireless hours for the next several weeks. Just a few short months ago, we ourselves were out on the doorsteps campaigning, and I just want to take that time now to thank all of my campaign team who supported me, from my campaign staff to every single volunteer, to my family, and to all those at Elections Nova Scotia who did really hard work in our elections. And again, to my volunteers, I cannot thank them enough for helping me get back to this seat so that I could represent the residents of Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier. It is a true privilege and one I do not take lightly. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to congratulate 3 young women from the Amherst area who are heading to an international cheer competition in Florida. Emery Cameron, Calla McNally, and Shayla Oblinus have been chosen to participate as part of Team Canada at the Cheerleading World Championships being held at ESPN Wide World of Sports Complex in Orlando, Florida in late April. Emery, Calla, and Shayla are members of the GEM All-Stars cheerleading group based in Amherst. GEM has a member of various ages and experience levels who are very dedicated to their sport, which is very obvious when you see them perform. Cheer has become very popular in the Maritimes over the past few years, and right now is competition season, with several events scheduled around the region. If you ever have the opportunity to attend one, don't miss it, as these young people are truly amazing athletes and the group performances are fantastic. Madam Speaker, please join me in congratulating Emery, Calla, and Shayla on their selection to Team Canada and wish them the very best in their competition in Florida. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Pictou West.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize a club in Pictou West that predates Confederation. The New Caledonian Curling Club began in 1850 when they played on the ponds around Shiretown. Since 1910, they've called the indoor facility on the Pictou waterfront home. The sand floor was replaced by concrete in 1980, and a clubhouse was later added. I attended their 175th anniversary celebrations, and I can confirm that their membership of 77 are a vibrant group with a love for curling, socializing, and they don't mind having a good time. The club currently has 25 junior members, ensuring a bright future for this great wintertime game. The New Caledonian Curling Club are proud ambassadors for the sport and have a positive impact on our community. Here's to another 175 years. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Madam Speaker, I rise to acknowledge Bisexual Plus Health Awareness Month in Canada. What does bisexual plus mean? In the rainbow community, this term is an umbrella for folks who can feel attracted to more than one gender, and includes individuals who might use other terms to describe themselves, including pansexual, fluid, and queer. Globally, studies suggest that about 4% of adults identify as bisexual, equaling about 50% of the LGBTQ plus community. The goal of this month is to increase knowledge of the social, economic, and health disparities that affect the bi plus community, advocate for resources, and promote activities to enhance the well-being of these individuals. In Nova Scotia, we are lucky to have the Bi Plus Network of Nova Scotia, connecting people and organizations from North Sydney to Yarmouth. Madam Speaker, I look forward to future opportunities to support the Bi Plus community in Nova Scotia.
I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, before going to the polls provincially last fall, Nova Scotians cast their ballots at the municipal level. As MLA for Lunenburg, I represent the towns of Lunenburg and Mahone Bay, as well as a vibrant rural municipality. And I sincerely congratulate my mayors and councillors, both new and returning. I particularly want to acknowledge the municipal councillor for District 5, Kathy Moore, who has served the people of New Germany and area for more than 20 years. It's no surprise Kathy was re-elected. She works tirelessly with and for her constituents. She is the heart of Canada Day celebrations in New Germany, which are extensive. You should check it out, my colleagues. And at Christmas time, she arrives with a giant stock pot full of hot chocolate when the village lights up. She's also a great collaborator. If something is going on, if there's an issue in one of her communities, which run from Cherryfield in the north to Lower Branch in the south, Kathy lets me know. She's a straight shooter, and I like that. Madam Speaker, I ask colleagues to join me in recognizing Kathy Moore for her ongoing service and dedication. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, I want to take just a quick second to congratulate the constituency coordinator in my office, Rebecca Rose, and her wife, Jillian Stagg, because they are about to greet their very first baby. Rebecca is 30 37+ weeks pregnant, and Thursday is her last day before she takes a year off to enjoy meeting this new creature and getting to know her. We're having a tea party on Friday afternoon for her in the office. We've invited the community and anyone who wants to drop by for a cup of tea and a cookie to greet Rebecca and wish her all the best. She is so dedicated to the people in Dartmouth North, and that's the testament of that has been that people have been so excited that she's having a baby and have been dropping off gifts for her and cards and big hugs when they see her. And so I just want to take this moment to wish Rebecca and Jill all the best with the birth and the next, 35 years plus.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth East.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to speak about Priscilla Blake Fraser, a remarkable individual who has made an incredible impact on our community. After her husband, Craig Blake, tragically lost his life while in service to Canada in Afghanistan, Priscilla dedicated herself to ensuring that his selflessness and bravery would never be forgotten. Priscilla has led initiatives that honor Craig Blake's legacy, including the naming of a ferry, a community park in Dartmouth East where Remembrance Day ceremonies are held each year, and a military triathlon. Each of these is a testament to Craig Blake's sacrifice and Priscilla's commitment to keeping his memory alive. Priscilla has also been an active participant in numerous community activities. She's volunteered her time with numerous youth sports, and last fall she played an active role in my re-election campaign. Madam Speaker, Priscilla is the embodiment of community, strength, and selflessness. It is with great pride that I stand here today to honor her remarkable contributions. She is a true leader, and her kindness will continue to inspire future generations. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise to celebrate this remarkable career and impact of a true trailblazer in public education in Nova Scotia, my friend and mentor, Andrea Marsman. Andrea is a brick house, a powerhouse woman whose vivacious fashion sense is matched only by her devoted professionalism. Andrea will retire this year from active duty with the Halifax Regional Centre for Education as a vice principal at Hammonds Plains Consolidated School after a career spent teaching high school English, serving as languages department head at Woodlawn High and Charles P. Allen High, and as a school counselor and now school administrator. A proud member of the historic African Nova Scotian community of Upper Hammonds Plains, her impact includes a lifetime of involvement with the Black Educators Association, serving provincially on the Council for Afro-Canadian Education with the Department of Education, and dozens of leadership roles that enrich learning and academic engagement for African Nova Scotian youth and girls across the province. Andrea is the best boss I ever had. She recognized in me a capacity for leadership at a time in my career I was struggling with parts of my life outside the classroom. Her belief in me as a teacher in person helped me find stability and health, and is a major reason I've been able to serve in public office. Andrea's life in public schools has left an indelible mark on the lives of students and of teachers and colleagues like me. She's one of a kind who will truly be missed, but we celebrate and thank her. We wish her good health, safe travels, and many years to make memories with those she values most.
I recognize the honourable member for Hants East.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Cup of Soul Cafe, which is celebrating 15 years of business in our community. Since opening its door in 2010, Cup of Soul has become much more than just a coffee shop. It's a cherished gathering place where friends, families, and neighbors come together over coffee, delicious food, warm hospitality, and sometimes music. Through this welcoming atmosphere and commitment to quality, Cup of Soul has fostered a sense of community that keeps customers coming back year after year. Owner Pam McNeil and her team have worked tirelessly to create a space that feels like home, supporting local artists, musicians, and charity initiatives along the way. Their dedication to the community is truly inspiring. I ask all members of the House to join me in congratulating Cup of Soul for 15 years in business and wish them many more years of continued success. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, I am honored to recognize the late Bruce Guthrow, who will be inducted posthumously into the Cape Breton Music Hall of Fame this spring. In addition, Bruce was posthumously awarded the Order of Nova Scotia for his contributions to the music industry, Canadian culture, and philanthropy. Bruce was born and raised in the town of City Mines, and the entire town and surrounding community were very proud of Bruce's many accomplishments. Throughout his career, Bruce received several ECMA awards and created his famous Songwriter Circle. Bruce was very proud of his children, Dylan and Jody, and his music will live on through them. Bruce brought worldwide recognition to our small town as the lead singer of the international sensation Run Rig from 1998 to 2018. Madam Speaker, I would ask members of this legislature to join me in celebrating the life of Bruce Guthrow and congratulating his wife Kim and children Dylan and Jody on Bruce's well-deserved induction into the Cape Breton Music Hall of Fame.
I recognize the honourable member for Richmond.
Madam Speaker, I would like to recognize Breela Homes for their dedication to Richmond County and surrounding communities. Breela Homes owner Jeremy Carroll's mission is to provide cost-effective housing with efficient designs that hold long-term value. Breela Homes has been tasked with the redevelopment of the former Walter Vigere School located in Evanston. The school closed in 2013, and the community is excited to see the building being turned into affordable housing for seniors. Breela Homes also has a development underway to provide up to 80 units near the Nova Scotia Community College Strait Area campus. The company is working with local agencies to provide rental fees well below market rates for both sites to ease financial burden of new renters and students. So, Madam Speaker, I would like to commend Breela Homes for their innovative business model and mission to offer affordable housing in our community. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Inverness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to make an introduction.
Please do.
In your gallery today is the person with whom I have shared one life for 30 years, my wife, Cheryl. We have 4 children, Neil and his girlfriend Jessie Helen, Colin and his wife Bailey, Ian and Anne. We also have 2 grandchildren, May and Madden. Today, I want to enter into the records of this legislature, going down in history for all time, that I love her. And some days, she thinks I'm not too bad.
Welcome to the House. We hope you enjoy your time here. I recognize the honourable and in-love member from Inverness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Cheryl called me in late October of 2024, and she said, "You're going to think I'm crazy." I remained silent. She said that there's something that I really think we should do, and I told her, whatever it is, let's do it. So here we are. At the end of November, in our living room watching TV with our family and friends, it was announced that I would be the MLA for Inverness. Thank you. Cheryl put her arm around me and whispered in my ear, "Honey, I was just kidding." In all seriousness, everyone has people in their life that support them and encourage them. I want to recognize in my life the importance of having Cheryl to share one life through all of our challenges and also through the very best of times. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member from Halifax Atlantic.
Hi, Rena. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize and thank the dedicated educational support staff across Nova Scotia. Our teacher assistants, our early childhood educators, our bus drivers, our cafeteria workers, custodians, and so much more. These individuals are the backbones of our school communities. They support our children every single day with patience, kindness, and commitment. helping to create a safe, welcoming, and inclusive learning environment. Their work ensures our schools run smoothly and that every child, regardless of need, has the opportunity to success. We thank them for their continued partnership and service. Nova Scotia's children benefit every day from their dedication, and today I say a heartfelt thank you to each and every one of them.
I recognize the honourable member for Annapolis.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Melody Tolson and the Red Onion Market in Annapolis Royal, who are celebrating 5 years in business. Opening just before all the challenges of the COVID-19 pandemic, they bought what they thought was enough hand sanitizer and bought 2 jugs. Wasn't quite enough. This natural food market and mercantile has not only survived, but thrived, becoming a distinct part of the community. The Red Onion Market values sustainability and supporting local producers. With a robust bulk food section, eco housewares, and a commitment to reducing plastic waste, Melody and her team have created a space that prioritizes both the health of our planet and the well-being of their customers. Their focus on local makers and growers ensures that the vibrant agricultural and artisanal community in Annapolis is celebrated. Madam Speaker, I ask all members to join me in recognizing Melody Tolson and the Red Onion Market for their dedication to sustainability, local entrepreneurship, and community resilience. Here's to 5 years of success and many more to come. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Kings West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I rise today to recognize Lance Riswald, owner of LJR Imprintables, a valued small business in Kings West. For years, Lance has been a dedicated entrepreneur, providing high-quality custom printing and embroidery services to local organizations, businesses, and sports teams. His commitment to excellence and customer service has made LJR Imprintables a trusted name in our community. My office counts itself as a very happy, satisfied customer. Beyond his business success, Lance has consistently demonstrated a deep commitment to supporting local initiatives. Whether through sponsorships, fundraising efforts, or lending a helping hand to community events, he embodies the spirit of giving back. Lance also likes a good political conversation, and I always enjoy my conversations with him, and I think most times we align pretty close. Madam Speaker, small businesses like LJR Imprintables are the backbone of our local economy, and I want to sincerely thank Lance Riswald for his contributions to Kings West. His hard work and generosity have made a lasting impact, and we are grateful for his dedication to our community. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford Basin.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Bedford Basin resident Phil Curry and his wonderful family. He is the president and CEO of Atlantic University Sport. After 26 years, Phil is leaving the organization and moving on to his next adventure. Phil's last day with the AUS will be April 30th. Phil took the AUS from a small operation with 1.5 staff positions and a budget in the tens of thousands to a thriving organization with 4 full-time employees and an annual budget exceeding $1.2 million. Phil has served longer than any other conference lead in Canada. Speaker, the AUS serves more than 2,000 student athletes each year in regular season conference play and in annual championship events. It generates $8 million for local vendors and more than $19 million in economic impact. A special recognition for Phil took place on Saturday, March 1st at Scotia Bank Centre during the evening doubleheader. Speaker, I ask that all members of the legislature help me thank Phil for his contributions to student athletes in the region and across the country and wish him all the best with his future endeavors. Thank you, Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Guysborough-Tracadie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize the Guysborough Players, small amateur community theatre group in Guysborough. Players started back in 2015 under the guidance and direction of Kate Tompkins, and their musical productions involve community members of all ages and levels of talent. They've been fortunate to have many incredible voices in their cast and ensembles, some who have been professionally trained and went on to other careers but want to stay involved in the theatre community. When funding allows, they've even brought in some professional actors to join a few of the productions. Some of their productions have included Sister Act, Mamma Mia, Brigadoon, and Cinderella. One thing that is constant with their productions, Madam Speaker, is that every show they perform is sold out. They've even had to take their show on the road to neighboring communities by popular demand. Of course, these amateur theatre groups cannot work without volunteers who do everything from choreography, sound and lighting, costumes and set design, of course, the stage crews. Madam Speaker, Kate Tompkins and her loyal cast of volunteers work months at a time to bring these much enjoyed productions to community members in Guysborough and surrounding areas. This year's upcoming production is All Shook Up, a musical tribute to the era of Elvis. Congratulations to the Guysborough players. May they continue to bring their talents to the stage. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Clayton Park West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to honour Donald Ducksworth. Donald suddenly passed away on Sunday, March the 2nd, leaving the entire community devastated. I remember Donald fondly for her dedication, her commitment that she was so willing to provide to me during my campaign. Donald volunteered on many political campaigns over the years and holds a special place in so many people's heart. She was also a beloved and active member of the Rockingham United Church. Donna had a career in the provincial government before she chose to be a stay-at-home mother. Then Donna went back to university and graduated in 2004 and started a new career as an Excel employee at the elementary school across the city. Donna was one of those people who truly would enter a room and light up the room with her smile and her kind nature. She was a devoted wife, a caring and dedicated mother, a grandmother, and a great-grandmother. Madam Speaker, I don't know if I can ask the House to honor her today with a 1-minute silence in honor of the life she left and the sacrifices she has made to humanity. So can I ask the House to honor her with a 1-minute silence? Thank you.
Please be seated. I recognize the honourable member for Kings North.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Brooke Alco, captain of the Horton Griffins, who led her team to win the School Sport Nova Scotia Division I Girls Provincial Rugby Championship. Brooke Alco of Port Williams was in her senior year at Horton High School this summer when the Horton Griffin rugby team capped off their undefeated season by winning the provincial banner. Brooke and her team's success was attributed to a positive attitude, high energy, fitness level, and the high-level coaching they received from the dedicated staff. Please join me today to congratulate Brooke Alco and the Horton Griffins on their School Sport Nova Scotia Provincial Rugby Championship. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Pictou Centre.
Madam Speaker, Mike and Cindy McKinnon are shining examples of selfless dedication and community spirit. As a dynamic husband and wife team, they have poured their hearts into volunteer work, making a profound impact on countless lives. In our community and within softball organizations, Mike and Cindy are known for their unwavering commitment, always stepping up to lead, organize, and support. Their passion for giving back has strengthened communities, uplifted those in need, and inspired others to follow in their footsteps. Through years of hard work, they not only enhance the quality of life in our community, but also create a lasting legacy of kindness, teamwork, and generosity. Their efforts truly exemplify the spirit of community volunteerism. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Antigonish.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to congratulate Antigonish business Tony's Meats and its original Mr. Donaire brand, who last September announced a 3-year partnership with the Pittsburgh Penguins. Their signature Donaire product has become the Penguins' official jerky, and 2 flavors of their Donaire meat snacks are available at the PPG Paints Arena. Tony's Meats was originally established in Antigonish in 1963. In 2020, the senior management team of Dan McGilvery, Lanita Hansen, and Aaron Tingley purchased the business. Dan, Lanita, and Aaron, with a combined 35 years of experience, have worked hard at expanding their product line and growing their markets while continuing to offer quality products. More than 50 of their products can be found in many independent and large retail outlets throughout Atlantic Canada. They are a major employer in our community with a workforce of more than 50 employees. Tony's Meats are also great community supporters. I ask all members of the House to congratulate Tony's Meats on their partnership with the Pittsburgh Penguins. I am sure this collaboration will be a tremendous success. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Queens.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to congratulate Earl Milkey of Liverpool on being named the Special Olympics Nova Scotia Male Coach of the Year. He received his award at the Inspired Gala in Halifax on February 19th. Earl started volunteering with Special Olympics in Queens 6 years ago, coaching snowshoeing in the winter and athletics in the summer. He took over as head coach almost 2 years ago and was chosen as head coach of snowshoeing for the 2024 National Winter Games in Calgary. Earl has spent the last 6 months working with local athletes who recently returned as winners from the World Games in Italy. Madam Speaker, please join me in applauding Earl for receiving this well-deserved award and to thank him for the significant contributions he makes to enriching the lives of so many. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Truro, Bobble Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River.
Madam Speaker, I rise to congratulate Team Sangster on earning the opportunity to compete at the 2025 Canadian Masters Curling Championship. This is an outstanding accomplishment, and the dedication, skill, and hard work of the team members Wayne Sangster, Earl Atkinson, Phil Redden, and Brent McDougall have truly paid off. As they head to Sault Ste. Marie from March 30th to April 6th, they carry with them the pride and support of our community and province. Competing at the prestigious event is a testament to Team Sangster's excellence and commitment to the sport. Madam Speaker, I ask all members to join me in wishing the best of luck as these talented curlers showcase their talents on the national stage, and we look forward to cheering you on and celebrating your success in this exciting competition. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Hants West.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize Heritage Memorials, which was established in 1967 by the late Morris Nelson along with his sons Daryl and George. From the very beginning, Heritage has been a full-service company with its own manufacturing plant and delivery fleet. Through innovation and technologies developed over several decades, they have remained at the forefront of their industry. Madam Speaker, Heritage Memorials, now under the capable leadership of Maurice's grandson and current president Steve Nelson, is the largest monument retail company in Canada. Their pride is not in the years of business, but in those who came before them and instilled the values of hard work and a duty to leave the company better than they found it. Madam Speaker, I ask that all members join me in recognizing Heritage Memorials for their outstanding commitment to quality and for their exceptional customer service. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Victoria the Lakes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I stand today to welcome and congratulate Frenchvale Acres, a hydroponic greenhouse owned by Christine Lowell and Russell Barth, who are dedicated to growing fresh, nutritious fruit and vegetables. They are starting with a variety of crops, including kale, lettuce, carrots, tomatoes, and cucumbers, with more to come based on customer requests. They will also offer mung bean sprouts and strawberries, plus quail eggs by October. Hydroponics use less water than traditional soil farming, and their systems ensure healthier, more nutritious plants. Christine and Russell also use organic fertilizers and fresh water from a nearby spring. The greenhouse is insulated with an inflated roof with energy-efficient and light diffusion. They plan to operate year-round, powering by a 10,000-watt solar array and backup generator. Madam Speaker, I ask members to join me in congratulating Frenchvale Acres for providing fresh local foods to our community. We look forward to watching it grow into a sustainable business. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Colchester North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, we all recognize that rural volunteer fire brigades are truly the backbone of all our small rural communities. They're the people that residents turn to each and every time there's any kind of tragedy or dilemma in the community, and they're always there for them. So, Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize the 100th anniversary of the Great Village and District Fire Brigade, a community-based volunteer organization. They are responsible for responding to motor vehicle collisions or medical first responders or, of course, highly trained and qualified firefighters. Madam Speaker, these men and women work tirelessly for our community with events and fundraisers and are always happy to help out their neighbors in a time of need. I would like to congratulate the Great Village and District Volunteer Fire Brigade on their upcoming 100th anniversary and thank them for their commitment to our community. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Clare.
Thank you, Speaker. I would like to acknowledge the work of Jean-Marc Leblanc of Leblanc's Welding and Repairs, which services Southwest Nova with welding repairs, maintenance, and mobile services. In 2022, Jean-Marc decided to open his own welding business to be able to keep up with the needs of our community. He started working from the garage behind his house, and eventually, a year later, he purchased a commercial property to better accommodate the high work demand. With 12 years of experience in the field and 8 years with his welding Red Seal certification, Jean-Marc quickly built up a long list of clients. His customers range from food processing industries, forestry, commercial fishing, construction, and mechanical repairs. It's great to see yet another young, successful business owner thrive in our small Acadian community. Congratulations on your success, Jean-Marc, and I wish you many more years of business. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Pictou Centre.
Madam Speaker, retired Judge Clyde MacDonald from New Glasgow has made an indelible mark on our community through his dedication to preserving its history. His meticulous research and commitment to uncovering the stories behind local landmarks have enriched the collective understanding of the area's heritage. With the publication of 24 historical books, Judge MacDonald has documented the lives, events, and families that shaped the community, ensuring that future generations have access to these invaluable insights. His work stands as a testament to his passion for history and his unwavering commitment to educating others about the rich tapestry of our shared past. Madam Speaker, Judge MacDonald's contributions have left an enduring legacy that will be cherished for generations to come. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Antigonish.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize the one and only Brian Pendleton, a key member of our communications team at the caucus office. As a communications officer, Brian supports our caucus in a variety of ways, whether it's drafting speeches, developing local releases, or filming scrums. He is an important and friendly face we can always count on. Most importantly, Brian works hard to clip all of our member statements so we can share them on social media. People so enjoy seeing their friends and neighbours recognized in the legislature. Brian moved to Nova Scotia when he was 18 years old to study poli-sci at St. FX. He was proud to call Antigonish his home while obtaining his degree, and he even worked with me at R.K. MacDonald Nursing Home during his time in Antigonish. Recently, Brian celebrated his one-year anniversary at the caucus office, so I ask all the members to join me and congratulate him in this significant milestone. Thank you, Brian, for your dedication and contributions to our caucus office. You always bring a smile to our faces here at the legislature. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Inverness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to take this moment, half a moment, to recognize Wabo's Pizza, an amazing business in Cheticamp that's been supporting the community since 1993. The name Wabo's comes from a group of friends in the 1970s who sought adventure and camaraderie. Their bond was built on good times, good spirits, and a strong sense of community, values that continue to define Wabo's today. Since taking over in 2017, owner Mark Henry has not only kept the tradition alive, but expanded it, proving that in Cheticamp, a good pizza place can really deliver for the economy. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Order. Great timing, member, great timing. Government business. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Pursuant to Rule 5C, I move the hours for March 25th be not 1 till 5, but be 1 till 10. Madam Speaker. Sorry.
Pursuant to Rule 5C, there has been a request for the hours for Tuesday, March 25th, not be from 1 to 5, but 1 to 10. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would you please call order of business, public bills and orders?
Public bills and orders. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Speaker, would you please call public bills for third reading?
Public bills for third reading. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Speaker, would you please call Bill 1, Government Organization, Administration, and Act respecting?
Bill 1, Government Organization and Administration and Act respecting. I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island. Well, wait a second. Somebody asked at the minute.
I think something has not happened.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance and Treasury Board.
Madam Speaker, I move Bill, third reading on Bill 1.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think just before I, reiterate some of the concerns that we continue to have with this bill, I think as well, this bill was an exemplar of what not to do in the policy-making process and not what to do in terms of stakeholder consultation or connection with experts. And I would actually offer that at a certain point, there was such a mix of, and there remains such a mix of things in that bill that, amongst the Executive Council was even hard to understand who was going to stand up on this bill. So the bill is not organized. The presentation is not organized. I've asked several questions respectfully, for information that I would like that have not been answered about this bill. And I do think it's been a shameful process from start to finish in terms of this bill. So I did spend quite a bit of time talking about my concerns around the changes being proposed to the Civil Service Act and talking about why we want a nonpartisan public service, why we should all want a nonpartisan public service, and how you create that. And you create that by having a professional public service, especially at senior levels, who don't have to be worried about getting fired if they don't agree with the government direction. They don't have to be worried that if they're not problem solvers, then they'll be called problem stretchers. And I would argue that actually what you really want in the public service is folks that can take a problem, can take an issue, and can tell you all about it. And they can tell you what your proposed approach and what your proposed program or service would mean. They can tell you what the pros and cons of it are, what the unintended consequences of policy are. They can tell you about the stakeholders, the history of the issue in the province. They hold all that because they're respected for that type of expertise, and they're respected for their role in the public service. This is a bedrock of the Westminster system, is having civil servants who speak truth to power. And as I emphasized when I spoke on this before, you, ministers, governments, you don't want people sitting across from you and you say, I've got a great idea, I thought about it on the way in, let's do this, and for them to automatically say yes. That's actually not what people should want. What you want, what ministers and government should want is in fact the evidence, the research, the understanding of what's happening, stakeholder engagement, and people, civil servants need to be encouraged to bring that forward. And I would argue, what I'm hearing in terms of letters and information being sent to the civil service is that, in fact, folks are being actively told, fall into line, or you're not one of us. But that's actually not what the public service is about. That is 100% what the public service is about. So once again, I've had a chance to speak on this. I think this is really critical. I think this is, in fact, a sad day for the government of Nova Scotia. In my experience, in my career, and in my training, the value of having professional public servants who understand values and ethics. I'm just going to pause for a second.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Especially, I would say also especially during this particular period where there are so many dynamic factors at play that we're facing as a province, where there is the challenge to achieve sustainable economic development. There is a challenge to face climate change. We have a healthcare crisis. We still have a housing crisis, and we want to have the senior civil servants and folks who are not represented by unions in the civil service to be able to bring forward their expert knowledge, their sector-specific knowledge, the relationships they have with stakeholders, so that we know that we are getting the best possible advice, so government knows it's getting the best possible advice. If you simply ask people to say yes and follow what you've said, that is not going to be the best possible advice. I also wanted to touch base on a couple of other parts of the bill. So the suggested changes in the Private Ways Act, I have been very consistent in asking a minister, the minister, perhaps the premier who tabled this bill, or perhaps it was the Minister of Education, I can't remember, to talk about why these changes are being brought forward. So, you know, when I look at the proposal here, what it does is it takes disputes about access to land and asks private landowners to go to the Nova Scotia Supreme Court to assert their rights. And whether that landowner is concerned about the environmental impact or their future plans on their land or whatever it is, now has to go to the court to make application. And this fundamentally puts the responsibility and the onus on average Nova Scotians, everyday Nova Scotians, to figure out how to do this, to seek legal representation. And I would argue that what we're going to see is that, you know, landowners for whom this becomes an issue, this is going to be a really hard thing to do. And we shouldn't make it harder for Nova Scotians in terms of government process. We should, in fact, of course, always be looking at how do we make government more accessible, more transparent, and easier to use. This is going to make it more expensive for landowners to fight for their property rights and to protect their property. And I imagine that on the other side of these disputes, it's not often going to be average everyday Nova Scotians. It's probably going to be businesses and corporations who have a project that they want to proceed with. And they are already going to have a legal team in place. And they are already going to have an understanding that this is actually the process that has to be followed. And they are going to be well aware that this is an intimidating process. This will, yes, it will probably reduce the number of people who question their land being accessed for mining or other purposes, because this is inaccessible and this is hard. So no one has yet explained to me that this is a better thing for Nova Scotians. What I think it is a better thing for corporations and businesses and people who have power and resources to have a legal team to understand how to apply to the Supreme Court. I don't know how to do that. You know, I think this is not a good move. I would also say that the Private Ways Act is silent on the implications in terms of First Nations and the unceded territory of the Mi'kmaq people and what this means there. And I haven't heard, I've asked, I'd love to hear more if there's been a consultation undertaken on this specific change. So, you know, if before we make this into a law, there's a minister who wants to stand up and talk about why we're doing this, that would certainly be appreciated. And I think just finally, you know, I've raised my concerns about Clause 18 Folks are concerned, Clause 18 of Part 5, the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, that talks about the ability for folks to have their requests around identity markers to be disregarded and in the FOIPOP process. And I'm hoping that, I don't think that got taken care of in the government's amendments, and I'm sorry to see that this also is being made into law in this province. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, happy to get up and provide some comments on this bill. This bill really, there's a couple of sections that I'll talk about, but this bill really changed its course really from the onset of when it was tabled. You know, and I congratulate and thank Nova Scotians for speaking up and paying attention to the conversation around the Auditor General and the conversation around FOIPOP and the concerns that people had about transparency and accountability and independence, most importantly, of the institutions outside of the political government of the day. I think it's important to recognize, and I think that, you know, when I think about the bill and where it is now, you know, the government was right to pull back on what I just mentioned. But I always go to the intent of what the government had in the first place. And we went through that week or so of the legislature where really it was one after the other. It was taking the independence away from the office of the Auditor General. Then it was changing FOIPOP legislation to determine, to have more control from a government perspective. And it actually started, Madam Speaker, before this bill with the committee structure and changing the times around committee and the change of policy around public accounts. So Bill 1 comes, all of a sudden, the intent of the government is take the independence from the Auditor General, take independence away from FOIPOP. Then we heard of an email that went out to say, block the media, help us block the media. So it was one after the other after the other. So these weren't mistakes, this was intent. There was an intent to consolidate. And Nova Scotians called it out. They called it out quick. And that really was a sense that for me, people were really paying attention to what was happening here. And people pay attention to what happens in here all the time. But I think with what was happening around the world and with what we were starting to see out of the States with that administration talking about handpicking the media that would be allowed to interview them, the issue around consolidation, and the issue around information being provided to the public, everybody was elevated. So when this government came forward with this bill, people were already paying attention and they saw consistencies. Block the media, help us block the media from telling stories. The Auditor General, we feel that we should have control over that office too as well. And the issues around FOIPOP. And people were so elevated in the conversations at home and at coffee shops and watching the consistent news stories after news story after news story of consolidation by governments, not only south of the border, but around the world. They started seeing consistencies with what was coming forward here. And people got concerned very quickly. And they got angry very quickly. And this became the conversation around the tables of Nova Scotians, is that this isn't right. This isn't right for democracy. This is why we didn't elect this government on decisions like this. So might be a few less seats in here if that was the case. But the government saw it, and they had to pull back, not ultimately because they wanted to. Their intent was to continue on this path. As I said, it wasn't just one decision, it was multiple decisions that were made to consolidate in a very right of center kind of way, I would argue, around the fundamentals of democracy and providing the information to the public, which ultimately belongs to them. And the mechanisms that are in place to keep government in check, regardless of whether it's this government or future government or past governments for that matter, to keep them in check with the Auditor General and the important work that she does around various aspects of government. It was a concern for everyone, and ultimately Nova Scotians spoke loud and clear, and the government had to change course. I'll start off by saying that a big thank you to everyone across the province who spoke up, who showed up here at the legislature. There were people from all over the province and made their voice heard loud and clear. There are other aspects of this bill that I'll reference, but there's a big piece of it for me. Repeals the fixed election date. When the fixed election date came in those years ago, many people that were in this house at the time knew that would never be honored. It was a big message from the government when they were elected in 2021. It was a message that they forced heavily in opposition when we were in government, that Nova Scotians should have a fixed election date. It's important for democracy. It was important for law in the province, and people should have a right to know when they're voting, and now it's being repealed. So I expected that because, as we saw, the government called an election in November to try to time it in a sense that they knew that the national polls were so low for the feds at the time that they made a decision and did it. If they did it now, this place would probably look a little different. That was a strategy that the government used, and that's why they repealed fixed election dates. The seating complement in here would be extremely different today. Because, as we know, a lot has changed in the last 6 months. And if they would have stayed to the fixed election date, you would be into an election this summer under very different circumstances. So the fixed election date repeal, I just wanted to mention that. I expected that. I never expected the government to ever honor that. And that will be a decision for governments that come next, whether or not they want to put in their own fixed election dates. I doubt it. It's, as I said, nobody thought that would ever be honored. And if they did, it would be a very different world in here. But I do want to get into, there's a lot of other aspects of the bill when it comes to this bill instructs when surveyors want to access private land to study resource opportunities. Consultation is key in this. I would argue that, the government got themselves in they want to do economic development. As a caucus, we've been tabling bills in the economy the whole session. But we've always argued consultation is really key in this stuff. Whether it's mining or any other kind of resource development in the province. All these bills are going to pass. There's a supermajority, but we've seen so many groups come out that talk about no consultation and government overreach on private land. So there's some big concerns around that. And I would just argue that you're going to find out very quickly when you get into resource development if you don't consult. Especially with some of the especially when you start hearing from First Nations communities that they haven't been consulted. I can give you a list of examples of the consultation processes we went through for resource projects all over this province. Some were successful and some were still in conversations, but ultimately private investment plays a big part in it. So there's that aspect of it. There's a bunch of cleanup too as well. But here's what I'm going to get into, and I've got into this multiple times. And I had conversations over the weekend, actually, people that work in the civil service. It would be an interesting exercise, if this passes as is, to do a survey, a confidential survey with the employees of this province about morale. Because I guarantee you, based on this legislation, it's in the basement right now. It is. It hasn't been explained clearly by anybody on the government side. It's confusing to people. It's scaring people. And these are the people, and I can go through the list. We all know what they do. They're asked to work 24/7. They don't have a collective bargain. They don't have an agreement. They are, whenever there's a good day or a bad day, or anything in between, the people who build programs in the departments, who support our families each and every day, who we ask to go to the wall time and time again, go to the wall to support families. Do a survey with them, see how they feel. Because I can tell you how they feel. They feel unappreciated. They feel disrespected. Nobody has explained how this works, what this legislation means. We've got limited information in all the questions that we've asked. You know, our caucus has been talking about this from day one, that this was going to be a problem, that there are thousands of people that are impacted by this, and I can tell you they're upset. For what? At least give them an explanation, a real solid explanation of what this legislation means. We have yet to receive it, in here or in committee. Why does the government need this if there's no organizational review coming, if there's no big change in government coming? We've seen the government eliminate Communications Nova Scotia. That is wrong. It is another independent arm of government, but at least tell your employees what you're doing. Because all they've received is correspondence about being problem solvers or problem stretchers. They've received correspondence from the deputy, and they've received messaging in here that says, we value you, but at the same time, people will be compensated better than normal. The messaging has been all over the place, and it's not fair. It is not fair to those employees. And those employees, the morale, I guarantee you, the morale is in the basement. Because nobody will explain what this actually means. High level, political, we support if you support them, get rid of it. Change the language, explain why you need it. Nobody has received that explanation to date. Most importantly, those employees, who many of them are wondering when they go to work next week, when we're out of here, I can be fired without cause. What does that mean? What does that mean for my job security for the rest of my career? There's a clause. What does that clause completely mean? Does it mean that anybody in this province can be fired without cause? Is there another reason why you need that legislation in place? Nobody wants to explain it. Nobody's been able to explain it. And that's really sad. Because for me, there's lots of aspects of this bill, but this bill just sends, that piece of this bill, if you took it out, Madam Speaker, if it was taken out of here, or reworded in a way, or explained to the people in a way that we could all get an idea of why this has to be here when we've been told there's no organization or no this, no that. There's no need for it. One clause, one line has everybody scared in the civil service. And you know what's going to end up happening? And it's their right to do it. Why would they work 24/7? Why would they do that? When their employer says, okay, well, if you don't work 24/7 or on a weekend, we can fire you without cause. Because nobody's explained it to them. Why would people want to pour their heart and soul into an organization that they have for their entire career, now to be all of a sudden say, you can be fired without cause? It's the worst. It's the absolute worst message you could send to the civil service. And not only do it, not explain any of it. Remember, all they've heard in here about this is we value our employees, but compensation will be better than normal. Like, wow. Like, how do you, like, this has been like an ongoing issue from this legislation that this government hasn't been able to explain. Why don't you, like, take the time to explain it to the people that work so hard for you each and every day. Explain why you need it. It's like the government doesn't, like, I don't know if they've had that conversation with their departments or their employees. Because remember, as I said, Madam Speaker, with this bill, they've received correspondence about problem solvers and problem stretchers. The civil service has been problem solvers long before any of us were here. And they've adjusted and adapted in the best of times and the worst of times. And they'll do it again. They'll do it again. But as I said, we're going to leave the legislature, and this legislation is going to be in place. I challenge the government to do a public servant survey, a confidential one, so people can tell the government how they really feel. Because I bet you it isn't going to be that good. For what? A clause. One clause. They've made so many changes, Madam Speaker, in this bill already. The Auditor General was celebrated by the public. They made the change. Made the change around the FIPOP legislation. People celebrated that too as well. They made change after change after change. In law amendments the other night, Madam Speaker, we had a bunch of regulators come in over another bill we'll talk about later. Premier got up in his place and said, yep, we're going to make some of those changes and we're listening. That's what public bills is all about. That's why we're here and we're listening, and we don't want to play politics and all these things. Well, you're playing politics right now with thousands of civil servants. Playing politics with them. Won't explain what's happening. And people went to committee. They expressed their concern around this piece of the legislation. And for whatever reason, the government doesn't want to budge on this one. Budged on everything else. And for whatever reason, they don't want to budge on this one. And not only that, they don't even want to explain to their employees why they want it. They don't even want to explain why they want it. And that's the conversations I'm having with people, is that they don't know what this is. They have not received a solid explanation from anybody in government on what this is. And they're scared, and they're angry. And they're going to come to work next week with this over their head. And why would some of them may decide, you know what? What's it for? They're completely disrespected. Completely disrespected. For no reason. For no reason at all. So, that would be my one wish. With this bill, it will pass. It will pass, of course it will pass. But you still have a chance to do it right, a chance to at least explain to the people that are really scared right now. And they are scared. And nobody can deny it. I'm sure people have had conversations with civil servants in their communities. As I said, these are the people that have been involved with, the list goes on and on and on, supporting our first responders, supporting our healthcare system, supporting some of the most sensitive information that comes out of government, programs that are built each and every day to support communities across the province, arts, culture, tourism, the environment, resource development. All these people, thousands of them, are just getting completely disrespected by the government when they don't have to do it. I don't get it. It's really tough to understand. And as I said, nobody's been given an explanation. The explanations we've received to date don't add up. And I'm sure lots of good people in here elected to represent their communities. I'm sure there are members, Madam Speaker, in this room on all sides that don't support this piece of legislation. Why would they? Why would they? This is a internal government decision that somebody's making. I don't know, maybe it came from staff more than it came from the government, who knows, right? But I'm sure that there are lots of members on the government side who don't support this either. And I hope that it's talked about. I hope that it's debated in their caucus, and I hope that, I just really hope that they could take this out, because as I said, why would anybody go work for, okay, come work for the provincial government. Come work for the provincial government, we're gonna hire you, uproot your family in some cases if you're moving to Nova Scotia. Or you're moving across the province from Cape Breton to Halifax, take a government, work for the government, do a program, all this stuff, you're hired. Thanks, here's your contract. Thanks for uprooting your family. Here's a clause in your contract, we can fire you whenever we want without cause. Like, it's just that broad. Like, it's like, for me, it's that broad. That, like, again, because nobody has explained this. Nobody has given me a definitive answer of why the government needs this. Nobody. And as I said, I'm sure members of the caucus, the government caucus, are probably asking the same questions. Like, why are we doing this? They're probably getting calls from people that they know and work with. Everybody who works with someone I look at the cabinet ministers particularly, because I know how important those staff are around those cabinet ministers when it comes to support. They can all now be fired without cause, right? It doesn't make any sense. So, I put the best fight I can up for the civil service. I want to thank them for the work that they do each and every day. It's really unfortunate, and I appreciate the conversations that I've had with folks and their families, for that matter, who work in the civil service, who are also scared about what this all means. But I do want to rise to my feet, because I had the privilege of working with many of them over the years, who I've seen work through pandemics, some of the worst natural disasters in our province, through devastating fires across the province, through hurricanes, through snow, through it all. I would be talking to them on weekends, getting briefings. They're working around the clock, because the expectation of government is that they step up, and they did every time. So I do want to thank them. And ultimately, this is why there are many other reasons, Madam Speaker, that I can get into tonight. I've talked about some of them. I do want to thank the public for their advocacy around some of the changes that the government has made. But this is a really heartbreaking bill for a lot of people who work very hard for Nova Scotia. It is. And one piece of this bill, if you removed it, would make the bill so much more, there's, what's the word I'm looking for, I guess? Palatable. Yeah, palatable to all of us. But because this is here, it's just ill intent. It's just really sad, to be honest. And as I said, the government has changed so much in the bill already. The government could really do the right thing for the people that all of the government call on each and every day when they're looking for a grant, or they're looking for support for a program, or they're looking for some information on healthcare, or they're looking for communications, or they're dealing with sensitive information. They're looking for direction on any kind of policy the government brings forward, environment. So I can go on and on and on. It went on last week, but I just wanted to plead my case one more time for those wonderful employees of the province. And value them, and the government really, it's just really sad that the government made so many changes in the bill, but they wouldn't make this one. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also want to start off to thank Nova Scotians. It was because of their outcry and protests surrounding Bill 1 that caused the PCs to reverse course. The PC government had no intent in walking back the AG portions of the bill or the FOIPOP sections. It was because of Nova Scotians' emails, their phone calls, and their protests outside this legislature that forced the government's hand to make these changes. And they are the ones who deserve the thank you. They are the heroes in this story. Madam Speaker, there are still parts of this bill that are concerning. The civil service is under attack by this government. The government putting forward the ability to fire civil servants from their job, dismiss them without cause, has caused significant concern within the public service, especially those who are non-unionized, because they are not afforded the protections that the union provides them. These civil servants are the ones who work with the ministers every day. These civil servants are the ones who help with the programmings that the government provides. Some of them are high up in government, and some of them are on the ground. And they are working every day on behalf of Nova Scotians. And the fact that they have this axe over their head is a terrible thing for this government to do. Madam Speaker, I'm not going to belabor it because I think my colleague from Halifax Citadel, Sable Island, as well as for Sydney Member 2, did great work in that. But to say again to this government has no right, Madam Speaker, should not have a right to fire anyone without cause. And if that's what they want, then they'll just have a lot of yes people and not a lot of people willing to tell the ministers what the better choices are. Speaker, there's another part of this bill I've discussed before, and I want to continue to discuss because it's also an important aspect of the bill. So, Speaker, I want to walk Nova Scotians through the anatomy of a relationship. On October 13th, 2021, the PC government introduced us to fixed election dates for the first time in Nova Scotia. During that time, it was reported that Nova Scotia would finally join the rest of Canada in having fixed election dates. The Chief Electoral Officer for Elections Nova Scotia blessed this new relationship, stating, and just one second here while I get it, it's right here. I am pleased with the introduction of fixed election dates, of fixed election legislation. I support the choice of date, and I appreciate the flexibility to choose an alternate date if necessary. This change will bring certainty to elections, Nova Scotia's planning and budgetary cycles, and improve efficiency of our election readiness efforts. Speaker, a number of us stood in this chamber to support the concept of this fixed date election where we differed on the relationship. Although we enjoyed the concept of it, where we differed was the time of year. We believed a summer election, almost like a summer wedding, would actually, instead of bringing forth growth and well wishes, it would actually stifle the vote and create even more lower voter turnout. We had just come at an election where only 55% of registered voters cast a ballot in August of 2021, an historic low at the time for Nova Scotia. However, Madam Speaker, the bill passed on October 29th, 2021, and marital bliss seemed assured. We were expecting to go to the polls on July 15th. Madam Speaker, on June 12, 2024, CBC reported in an article entitled, "Premier No Longer Wedded to Fixed Election Date His Government Set in 2021. This headline was the first sign of trouble in this very new relationship. Keep in mind, it was not even 3 years old, and so many Nova Scotians had hoped for it. Speaker, the Premier had said it will be determined on the circumstances regarding a fixed election date. I think it's really important that people have their say. Later, he went a step further, suggesting fixed election dates might be an impediment to the wishes of Nova Scotians. Keep in mind, Madam Speaker, Nova Scotians love the idea of a fixed election date. When it comes time for the people to have their say, I think it would be pretty selfish for me to say, no, you have to wait, because it doesn't suit the political legislation that was passed. Madam Speaker, that was a far cry from the Premier's comments in the House on October 14, 2021, the day he led off the debate on Bill 1, the Elections Act. We're listening to Nova Scotians, and we are keeping a campaign commitment that we made. The amendments to the Election Act will establish fixed provincial general election dates every 4 years in this province. That's a good thing. It'll bring predictability to our elections, and our elections, of course, are the cornerstone of our democracy. Madam Speaker, as I said, Nova Scotians were actually supportive of this marriage with fixed election dates. In fact, many Nova Scotians were dismayed upon hearing the Premier's remarks and the concern that the relationship was in trouble and the Premier may pull the plug. On October 27, 2024, the Premier called a snap election. This started the separation of his government with fixed election dates before it even got tested. In a CBC article entitled "Nova Scotians Heading to the Polls," November 26th, after an early election call, Professor Tom Urbaniak stated, this issue could linger if the opposition party is able to make the case that Nova Scotians cannot rely on the Premier to keep his word. It feeds into the credibility. If that starts to dominate discussions, then the broken promise around Bill 1 will become part of the larger conversation. Speaker, many Nova Scotians reached out to me during this time to talk about the troubled state of the PC's relationship with the fixed election dates. They supported the relationship and wanted that predictability and that fairness that they were promised in 2021. They did not want that election. And I'd heard it many times at the door, their concern for the relationship of Nova Scotians' relationship with fixed election dates. And then on February 18th, 2025, the Premier began the divorce proceedings from the fixed election dates when the PC government introduced legislation to repeal the province's fixed date. Again, another Bill 1. Speaker, this repeal comes less than 4 years after we adopted the legislation, which we've never tested out. if the government felt they erred a summer election date, on doing a summer election date, they could have bought an amendment that could have moved the election date to a spring or a fall election, instead of throwing the baby out with the bathwater and destroying this beautiful relationship, Madam Speaker. And now here we are. It is third reading. This is the final hearing of the divorce proceedings on fixed election dates, Madam Speaker. And once it gains royal assent, that's the ink on the divorce papers. And it's a sad day. It's a very sad day because Nova Scotians were actually looking forward to fixed election dates. It made us in line with the rest of Canada. This government talks so much about wanting to be in line with the rest of Canada, and yet they are putting forward in this omnibus bill an end to fixed election dates, making us once again the outlier in Canada. When I was on the doorsteps this election, I never heard a single Nova Scotian say, we should do away with the fixed election date. What I heard was, why aren't we following the fixed election date? Why did this premier call a snap election? The first bill he passed, why would he do this? We were looking forward to a fixed election date. Elections Nova Scotia wasn't even ready for this date, this last election. And they tried. Don't get me wrong, they really tried. They did great work. But they were also hoping for a fixed election date, Madam Speaker. And sadly, today, we are at the end of the proceedings. We await for the ink to dry on those papers, where we say a goodbye to fixed election dates. This bill, Bill 1, is a bad bill. And I believe the leader of the Nova Scotia NDP said this government has some trouble with Bill 1s. And she was not wrong. We have poisonous pills in this bill. The civil service is under attack in this bill, particularly the non-unionized civil servants who don't have a union to protect them from wrongful dismissal, because in this bill, they get to bypass labor standards codes. We're repealing fixed election dates. There's nothing to celebrate here, Madam Speaker. This is a sad day for Nova Scotians. It is a sad day for the civil service. And it is a sad day for the Chief Electoral Officer for Nova Scotia. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to stand and speak on third and final reading of Bill number 1, an act respecting government organization and administration. As we all know, this is a wide-reaching piece of legislation. In fact, there are 11 pieces of legislation in this omnibus bill. And when I went to the technical briefing for this bill, I laughed to myself, because I'm like, okay, it's Bill number 1, and there are 11 bills inside this one bill. And knowing full well as an opposition member, the real only reason the government does this is to try to get less transparency and to have less debate on it. So what happens, though, I think it actually causes the opposite effect than what the government desires, because I think it automatically created suspicion with probably the media and opposition members, so then people actually dig even a little more than maybe they would be inclined to. So there's 11 pieces of legislation amended or new in this bill number 1. And we, like my colleagues have already said, we saw the outcry of the public, and it was really refreshing. It was so refreshing to see the engagement and to see democratic action and engagement from the public. And to see so many people come to Public Bills Committee was great. And I know the Premier has stood and commented about that. And while it was good, we do need to acknowledge that no amendments were able to be brought forward during that time and by MLAs and or by members of the public. So I think that's important just to acknowledge that. So this bill looks like it's going to pass in its current form. And while some provisions may be administrative in nature in this bill or technical, the core of this bill really does have real consequences for our democracy, for our civil service, and for the public's trust in government. And I think even though the Premier and the government did pull back some and made some amendments, I think the damage was already done. And not enough amendments have been made, as my colleagues have already said. So this bill consolidates power into the hands of Cabinet. We're seeing more centralization of power. It's been a general theme. Gives more control to ministers, weakens protections for public servants, opens the door for political manipulation of election timing, and risks reducing access to information for journalists, researchers, and the public. Yes, like I mentioned, the Premier has backed down on some of the more extreme elements, like the attack on the Auditor General's independence. That change is welcome, but it doesn't erase the broader direction that this bill does represent, Madam Speaker. The fact that such significant amendments were made by the government reminds us of the lack of collaboration prior to the bill was even being tabled. The logistics of even how the amendments were brought forward in committee of the whole, how those were shared, very autocratic in nature, very anti-democratic. Honestly, it was insulting, it was disrespectful. In what other workplace would this be accepted? And over the weekend, I thought about it. Is there even a process that we could issue a complaint as an MLA that we weren't given adequate opportunity to properly read the legislation and the amendments that we were actually being asked to vote upon at that very moment that the amendments were tabled, and we weren't able to do our job? So I don't know if there's a formal process, but there should be if there isn't. There's no corporate setting that this would be acceptable. There's no business environment that this would be acceptable. And why is it accepted at government where people, we should be held to a higher account? 6 pages of amendments were read to us by the House Leader with no explanation of any of the amendments and no time to do our due diligence. Of course, this bill also, as my colleagues have already mentioned, allows the government to dismiss civil servants without cause, which threatens the government staff. This bill gives ministers the ability to fire civil servants. That should concern every Nova Scotian who believes in a professional, independent, yes, independent public service. Civil servants are not political staff. There is a difference. And civil servants are the backbone of our government. They are the people who implement our laws. They are the people that deliver the services and maintain continuity across all governments, regardless of which party is in power. And allowing dismissals without cause opens the door to political interference, cronyism, and a chilling effect on dissent within the public service. Madam Speaker, what happens when a civil servant challenges a flawed policy? We've actually seen incidents of this happen already here in Nova Scotia. And I'll bring up a very tragic incident that happened in our community with the tragic death of Alison Holtoff. There was a fury of media after her husband, Gunta, went public with the story of his wife's death. He came to me for help to get an investigation. I tried, was unsuccessful, and posted something on Facebook to that effect so that people knew, because I was starting to get people very angry at me. And I received, I'm sharing this for the new members that weren't aware of this. I received an email at Friday night at midnight from the Department of Justice telling me to take down my Facebook post or possibly have legal action. It's quite something. Just because I tried to help a man whose wife died in our emergency department. That was the threat that I got. It's terrible. As a result of her death, and in support of trying to improve emergency services here in Nova Scotia, I put out a 7-point action plan that included making emergency wait times public. Jesse Yang worked for the Department of Health in the IT department, and I'll share an article, a CBC article. But long story short, is the IT department were told to get the ER wait times public and to do it quickly, soon after Allison's tragic death. And I'll just read a quote, because I don't want to misspeak here. I want to make sure that I quote it exactly. This is the CBC article, and I'll table it. Yang had some ethical concerns. Yang headed the project when development began for the online tool in March 2022. Only 9 months later, a young mother died after waiting for more than 7 hours to see a doctor at Cumberland Regional. Less than a month later, the provincial government announced a slate of changes to improve emergency departments. Yang said he began the project with the knowledge that similar models are used in other provinces, but Nova Scotia Health's specific request concerned him early on in the project. He believed the data provided for the model was insufficient, and to predict wait times hours in advance would be, quote, feeding a prediction model with a prediction, end quote. A single error would be amplified. Yang considered this was an ethical issue and believed inaccurate wait times could be life-threatening. He said when he raised this with his superiors, they told him the model just needed to, quote, look good. I'll table this document, but anyone that wants to read, there's a couple of CBC articles, but basically this employee that raised concerns was fired. He just tried to do the right thing, Madam Speaker. And when I spoke on this bill earlier last week, I did ask, we didn't get an answer, but my question was, why is this in this bill? Why is this needed? And I asked the question, and I don't know if this is accessible through FOIPOP or not, especially now after this bill passes, but you know, how many lawsuits are there before the courts right now from people that have been fired without just cause? And is this bill, is this amendment in an attempt to try to reduce the number of lawsuits for people that are fired by this government? And if that is the case, I don't think it will work. And any civil servant that may get fired in the future, listen to this, because if you're fired without just cause, even if this bill passes, it doesn't mean it will hold up in court. Every other Nova Scotia business owner has to follow labor standards. Why should the government not follow the labor standards code of its own province? And that's what this bill is suggesting. So we'll see where that goes in the future. Bill 1 also, of course, repeals the fixed election dates. We've talked about that throughout. Not surprised, but I am disappointed. And like I mentioned in last reading of this bill, I believe it was in Committee of the Whole, I mentioned that every other province in Canada and territory has a fixed election date. So again, we'll be an outlier without having any fixed election date, and which will allow the government that is in this current government to have some ability to, control when the next election date is, to be able to plan when opposition members will not be able to. And again, it's all for their own political gain, not for democracy. This bill, Bill 1, also provides expanded ministerial oversight. It provides more power, less oversight, giving cabinet ministers greater authority to enter into agreements on behalf of the province. Honestly, I don't know that that's a bad thing, Madam Speaker, but I wanted to bring it up because there needs to be clear oversight. And whether or not this will allow that, I'm not sure. But we've all seen how many contracts this government is awarding without going to tender. And my fear is that more of that will happen. And Nova Scotians would not necessarily have good value for their money if contracts are being done untendered to maybe possibly friends of friends within government. So that's a concern, and that's why it's important to have good oversight, because as humans, sometimes, you know, we're drawn to doing things that we shouldn't be, and there needs to be checks and balances in place to prevent those things. And there should be good legislative oversight and ministerial oversight as well. So, as I mentioned, there are 11 pieces of legislation in Bill 1. It's a shame that we have to rush through legislation in lawmaking in this province. I'm just going to quickly go through them here so that we had the Auditor General Act, Civil Service Act, Elections Act, Executive Council Act, Freedom of Information Protection of Privacy Act, House of Assembly Act, and I want to just make a quick comment about that. That's where our salaries, there was changes in salaries and lawmaking, and I just want to make a comment about that. If we're going to get a 29% increase in salary or more for ministerial assistants, then we should be working in the legislature more. Right now, we sit the least number of days in all of Canada, and if we're going to get a 29% raise, then we should be in the legislature 29% more. That's just my feeling, and I think if it was just expected and we had a parliamentary calendar and we were here and it was planned, then we wouldn't be rushing through and putting through legislation that possibly will not even hold up in court. We have the Members Retiring Allowances Act, changing pensionable income for MLAs. We have the Municipal Government Act, which again is focusing on restriction of access to records. That was a general theme in Bill 1. We had Privacy Review Officer Act, again looking at the privacy officer being able to dismiss trivial, frivolous, and vexatious requests. Again, restriction of access to information. We have Private Ways Act, and we had the Public Service Act, which was more housekeeping. So I'm sure there are some good things in this bill, but you know, our job in opposition is to point out the weaknesses, and having the 11 bills in one overall is a major weakness, Madam Speaker. And hopefully, you know, I feel that as opposition members, I feel like overall we've done a good job. I feel like I'm really proud of my colleagues in opposition. I think that we've done a good job of helping to inform the public, and I appreciate the public speaking up as well. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise and just say a few words to Bill 1 before it passes this final reading. The first is that this is, as my colleague has just extensively covered, an omnibus bill. And omnibus bills are bad. Omnibus bills are very bad, no good bills, because they mean that you can't, without great difficulty, figure out what's in them. So 11 pieces of legislation in one. I think we have yet to hear a single government member stand up and explain any of it. And I think it's important for the public to understand that the way that legislation is meant to work is that it has legislation has a sponsoring minister, and that minister will explain the bill for the benefit of their colleagues and for the benefit of the public. That has not happened with this bill. And that hasn't happened because it's full of a lot of really pretty bad provisions. Some of them have been removed. So the provisions which would have allowed the government to fire the Auditor General without cause, which would have intruded pretty severely in the Freedom of Information regime, those have been changed. And, you know, I think partly that's because we have a bill that really intrudes on the rights and the ability of the public to understand and engage with the work of government, that limits oversight, that just so happened by dint of timing to come to this floor of the legislature right about the same time that Elon Musk was on a stage with a chainsaw south of the border talking about how government efficiency. And I think that was a wake-up call for a lot of people that enabled them to think differently about government efficiency and what that actually means, and that could in fact be a pretty pernicious cover for legislation that could actually work at cross purposes to the public trust, which is, I think, what a lot of this purported to do. As I said, a couple of those provisions were removed. Sorry, I will look at you, Madam Speaker.
Order.
Yes?
Order. So we've gone through this since the middle of February. You don't have to look at me the whole time, but you're not to look into the TV screen. You're not to stare directly at the person you're talking to. So you can look at me, you can look around the room, but not directly at someone else or the TV screen. I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth South.
I apologize, Madam Speaker. I've never seen a ruling that says that I have to look at the speaker, so it's difficult for me to assimilate.
Yeah, order. I'm not making the rule up here. It's in the book. You are to speak through the speaker to the members opposite. Are you telling me that's not a rule? Because that's what you just said. I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth South. We're doing so good.
I have never heard another Speaker of the House ever direct a member to look directly at them. That's all I'm saying.
Interesting, because I've been here less time than you and I've heard it. So I recognize the honourable member from Dartmouth South to finish their statement in regards to Bill 1.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, some of my colleagues have spoken about the provisions around the public service, but I think it's really important to understand what I think is the most damaging part of those provisions, which is that they are not subject to the Nova Scotia Labour Code. So the truth is, we don't know what will happen. We've had no explanation other than the word flexibility used. And I'll remind the members and Nova Scotians that we recently came through a pandemic when we demanded more flexibility of our public servants than ever before, and they delivered. They were seconded, they were moved around, they did a lot of incredible work. And we had the structure that allowed them to do that. We also, by the way, have the ability to fire public servants without cause now. We just have to pay them. So why are we now saying that they can be fired without cause, not subject to the Nova Scotia Labour Code? This should raise alarm bells, because it means that in regulation, and regulations which, because of changes to other parts of this Act, may never become public, may never become orders in council, may never be known by Nova Scotians, those regulations could in fact stipulate less protection, which is what we've been saying, for these public servants than any other employee in the province. And this at a time, and we've been talking about this for years actually, that we want the government of Nova Scotia to be the employer of choice. We've talked about this in the healthcare context since this government was elected on a platform to fix healthcare. We want Nova Scotia to be the employer of choice. Because again, we've seen what's happening south of the border. We've seen the loss of scientific expertise. We've seen the loss of all kinds of deeply valuable resources in the government because of a reckless approach to dealing with the public service. And I'm not drawing an analogy. I'm not saying that that's what's happening here, but I am saying that we ought to be careful, and that absent an explanation, which maybe we'll hear at the wrap-up of this bill, the idea that the excluded employees of the public service are not subject to the provincial labor code should raise alarm bells, and I think it does. There are many other provisions to this bill, to which my colleagues have spoken to very articulately.
But I'll close by saying that I hope there is a member of the Executive Council who can stand and speak to the necessity for any of this legislation, which again, none of which was mentioned in the recent election, none of which has been explained other than emails I've seen from MLAs to their constituents saying that, these provisions must have been misunderstood by the public and therefore are being rescinded, the more controversial ones. If government thinks this is necessary, they ought to do all of us and the public the courtesy of explaining why. Not with buzzwords, not with half apologies for misguided provisions, but with actual explanations. So in summary, Madam Speaker, this is an omnibus bill that nobody seems to want to speak to, that we think was misguided in many of its provisions, and that will set another unfortunate precedent for the way we make law in this chamber. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise in my capacity as His Majesty's loyal opposition member, critic for both Labour and Skills and the Public Service Commission, and grateful for the comments of my colleagues on the opposition side, addressing a number of problematic aspects of this legislation. But I want to constrain my remarks to the changes to the Public Service Commission Act that gives this government the unilateral ability to terminate the employment of senior civil servants without cause and bypass the protections of civil servants provided under the Labour Code of Nova Scotia. During the process of estimates, I sat and listened to the Minister of the Public Service Commission enthusiastically talk to the committee and to Nova Scotians about the department that she is proud to lead, that she represents a department that reports that senior civil servants in this province, on average, have 12 years of service and are permanent employees. And I draw attention to that fact because those employees, despite the fact that they are permanent, occupy roles in government that already enjoy less protections than other civil servants who work in unionized roles. These senior civil servants do not enjoy the protection of representation by a union. They do not have the right to grieve decisions regarding their employment by the employer. And in some respects, they agree to employment under these terms and conditions because of the opportunity to lead in the civil service, recognizing that they, by virtue of their roles, have a managerial function in the delivery of government and consequently exist outside of the protection of a union. So they're already making an informed choice as workers to take on work under certain conditions that are less protected than if they took on roles in other aspects of government. We've heard members of this government stand and talk about the civil service of Nova Scotia with glowing pride. You know, the civil service has been integral to the response of government under other crises. I've listened to the Minister of Finance and Treasury Board stand time and time again about how the civil service has been central to the province's response in times of crisis, pointing directly to how the civil service was instrumental to the nimble, to the responsive approach of government to meet the needs of Nova Scotians during an unprecedented global crisis. And I agree, civil service did amazing work on behalf of Nova Scotians. I would concur with the minister that that's an entirely fair portrayal of the remarkable work of our civil service and our senior civil servants. In the same breath, I've heard the Minister of the Civil Service Commission and the Premier stand in this House and say, we need unprecedented flexibility to address the needs of Nova Scotians. You know, we have a failed reality TV show host threatening us with tariffs, threatens to destabilize the fabric of life in Nova Scotia, and consequently, this government requires unprecedented flexibility in the civil service to respond to the threat of these tariffs. And I think there's some merit to think about the impact that these tariffs could have in the short, medium, and long term for Nova Scotians. We've also heard the government stand and crow about the size of its supermajority and how the people of Nova Scotia spoke and how powerful it is. In its budget, there's a $200 million contingency fund that we haven't heard any parameters around. But this is the magic elixir. This is the thing that's going to solve all the issues connected to tariff delivery. The Minister of the Public Service Commission has indicated that there are no plans to reorganize the civil service in response to tariffs or for any other reason in our province. And yet, this government needs the ability to fire senior civil servants without cause and giving itself a hall pass when it comes to the Labour Standards Code in Nova Scotia. So on one hand, it points to current statute and the civil service as being entirely capable of innovative and nimble response to crisis, as evidenced through the COVID-19 pandemic. But this government, with the largest majority in our history, is so helpless and so handcuffed by current statute that it needs to be able to fire senior civil servants without cause, to be able to carry out some kind of meaningful response to tariffs that it refuses to outline here in this House for the people of Nova Scotia. It's baffling. In public bills, we heard former senior civil servants talk about the chill that this one aspect of Bill 1 will have on the recruitment and retention of highly skilled, appropriately experienced individuals who would be willing to take on key civil service roles at a time that we've never needed the civil service more. We heard members of the public currently employed in other sectors, but who have the kind of experience and expertise necessary to step in to senior civil service roles, say to us point blank, I can't think of a good reason why I would leave my position in the private sector or some other sector and take on a government job that offers me less job security. Why would I do that? Why would I leave behind a position of similar or equivalent compensation to take on a government role where I enjoy less job security than somebody employed in a casual retail position in Nova Scotia? We heard speakers say things like that to us in public bills. We heard speakers of public bills tell us that this aspect of Bill 1 will have chilling impacts on recruitment and retention in the civil service in Nova Scotia. What's not necessarily an equivalent analogy, not so long ago, the government of the day in this House passed Bill 72 in February of 2018. And it deprofessionalized school principals. And it legislated a change to their definition. No longer were they principal teachers, but they would now be managers. And along with that, it also established that school principals in Nova Scotia as managers would be removed from the union, but they would also never be allowed to unionize under any umbrella on a go forward, and they would be subject to termination without just cause. And many people rose to speak against that legislation and the chilling effect it would have on recruitment and retention of people within public education to take on school administrator roles. And it hasn't taken very long for those predictions to bear out in practice. The Halifax Regional Centre used to operate 2 annual cohorts to train school principals in a leadership development program. There was an instant shrinkage of people in public education in Halifax, in the Halifax area, willing to enter that program to gain the training necessary to take on administrative roles in public schools here in Halifax. A more than 50% reduction in willing applicants and people willing to take on that training. There's been an uptick across the province in regional centers for education turning to applicants from outside of Nova Scotia to fill roles that they struggle to fill internally as a result of, in part, an employment dynamic where principals are not protected by a just cause standard for termination. We see that a previous government enacting mean-spirited and harmful legislation has eroded the caliber and the quality of the candidates willing to step forward for senior leadership roles in public education across our province. And now we have before us in Bill 1 a more broadly sweeping change in legislation that hands this government the unilateral authority to fire civil servants without cause. This will have lasting ramifications for the number of people and the quality of the individual willing to let their name stand for consideration for civil service roles in Nova Scotia. Speaker, recent examples of this government's public-facing comments about individuals who may or may not be public employees or provincial employees show that this government has been willing to resort to public management of human resources in this province. A recent and disturbing event in Cape Breton that took place at a fire hall where people exhibited racially insensitive behavior was met with furor and controversy. And we heard the Premier publicly comment that if the individuals who exhibited this behavior were found to be provincial employees, they would be terminated. Now, this is before we have legislation that empowers the government to fire people without cause. It was unclear at the time whether the Premier was aware of whether or not any of the individuals whose behavior was in question were provincial employees or not, but it was an unprecedented step for a Premier to comment on a case where the facts weren't clear and whether or not there were any provincial employees whose conduct should be subject to appropriate scrutiny under their collective agreement or under the terms of their employment. for appropriate discipline. We had a premier using a microphone as a tool of discipline for Nova Scotian workers, justified or unjustified. We've seen this premier publicly criticize the performance of a school principal who made a decision, who made a request of veterans to please be considerate of the needs of several children in the school, recently emigrated to Canada, suffering from trauma and distress, having emigrated from active war zones, saying uniforms could exacerbate the difficulties that they were experiencing. And the premier using that moment as a grandstanding opportunity to accuse the school system of disrespecting veterans and calling into question the performance of that principal. That principal was not a provincial employee, but using his platform to call into question an employee who works in a public sector position. These two examples show that this government is prepared to manage HR through the media. Those two cases put a chill over the civil service because we've got a province full of hardworking senior civil servants, people that the public service minister suggests are deeply valued employees, but they're so valued that the government wants the power to fire them without cause, to treat them in a lesser way than every other worker in Nova Scotia. This is not new news to this House, and I've raised this objection at every turn. But as a matter of record, I want to say once again, loud and clear, that this is the wrong thing for the province of Nova Scotia. It is deplorable for a government to give itself a hall pass. When this becomes law, the government of Nova Scotia will be the only employer in Nova Scotia with free rein to fire people without cause, to bypass the protections of the Labour Code of Nova Scotia and terminate them without any good reason whatsoever. Just because somebody in government feels like somebody cutting them adrift, they have the power to do that. They will be the only employer in this province that can operate in this fashion. And given the recent conduct of this government and this premier, there's fulsome reason to worry about them using the power in such a fashion. So yes, we've had the Minister of Advanced Education allude numerous times to my past as a union leader, and that's not something I've ever tried to hide, and it's something I'm proud of, Madam Speaker. I'm proud to have spoken on behalf of 10,000 public school teachers, school counselors, school principals before they were legislated out of the union. I'm proud to have stood up for those folks as their elected representative. But during COVID-19, I didn't just speak for teachers and school counselors and principals. I also spoke for rank and file Nova Scotians and families and students when the government made sweeping decisions that had an impact on people outside of the union. At a time school boards had been eliminated, somebody had to speak up for them, and I was proud as a president of the Teachers Union to speak up and raise a voice, a needed voice for people who are at risk, whose voices and perspectives government didn't have ready access to at a time it was making critical decisions about them, without them. These senior civil servants are seeing their work lives decided in this House. Decisions about them are being made without them. And someone has to speak up for them. And I got big shoulders and thick skin, and if somebody wants to call me a union thug, for standing up for workers based on my past history, fair game. I'm good with that. I'm not so thin-skinned that somebody's sharp words qualifying as being accosted. Senior civil servants in Nova Scotia deserve the same protections as any other worker in this province. Full stop. And this legislation is wrong to erode their job security. It will threaten the long-term viability of the civil service and the quality of programming that Nova Scotians have access to through the government of Nova Scotia. The vote still hasn't been taken, and Madam Speaker, I'm perfectly aware that the supermajority has the ability to make this change about this legislation before the final vote is taken. In the strongest terms possible, I urge it to demonstrate restraint and to make this change in the interest of civil servants, in the interest of the quality of the programs and the services that the government is able to offer the people of Nova Scotia at a time that the civil service has never been more needed by its people. It's the right thing to do, and I implore the government, as it has rightly made changes in other respects of this legislation, here before we conclude third reading, to turn back from this one piece and to make this right so that we can stand behind this legislation when the vote is called. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the members for their passionate speeches and their words. Obviously, very important to be debating this bill and all other bills. Madam Speaker, I just, for a moment, I want to stand up for a moment and just speak about Bill 1, in particular, some of the changes that were made. You know, there was some reference to FOIPOP and you know, the potential issues with FOIPOP. Madam Speaker, we listened to the FOIPOP. This government listened to the FOIPOP commissioner and made the changes and are making the changes that were recommended by the FOIPOP commissioner. It's one thing to be part of a government that will just bulldoze and move forward. It's another thing to stop and listen. Madam Speaker, we've stood here and listened to how public bills, formerly law amendments, was destroyed, and nobody was going to be able to present a case at public bills. We heard that it was gone. In fact, it was shared over and over on social media by members of the opposition. Madam Speaker, that wasn't true. Simply not true. Unless I'm hallucinating, I sat in public accounts and listened to people come in. Public bills, and listened to people come in. Madam Speaker, we value the voices of Nova Scotia. We value our public sector, Madam Speaker. The workers the people that work for our public sector are invaluable, Madam Speaker, and we'll continue to support them. I think the member for Sackville-Cobequid made a reference about past, you know, how this government has treated people in the past. Well, what I can tell them is that teachers were pretty happy. 81%, I think, agreed to the contract, Madam Speaker. What I can also tell them is that healthcare workers were treated very, very well. They were pretty happy. Madam Speaker, I heard, I'm not going to break any news, but I heard that support staff are pretty darn happy with the contract that just came out. Madam Speaker. So to imply that we're treating our public sector workers unfairly is simply not true. The member said something about now PSANs and removing the principals from the schools. Well, I challenge him to tell me which school doesn't have a principal, Madam Speaker. And is he implying that the ones that are there are not of good quality? Because he said we're not getting the pool that we needed. I can tell you, Madam Speaker, I have children in school, and every one of those principals are fantastic. They work hard, Madam Speaker. In fact, in some of those schools, we have very young teachers that have moved into those positions, Madam Speaker. A mutual, I don't know if it's a mutual friend, but someone we both grew up with is a bit younger than us, is a vice principal at my children's school. A teacher there and a vice principal on a career path to be a principal. Chris would be in his 40s, Madam Speaker. So we're getting people interested in the job. And then this whole thing about principals and comparing what happened with principals to what's happening here, I implore the member to table how many principals were fired, Madam Speaker. How many principals were let go? Except for the member for Enfield, but he chose to leave. We've got a few principals, former principals here, and Fall River, sorry. And I do want to say to the member opposite, I don't think anyone have ever implied that he's a union thug, Madam Speaker. I've spent my entire working career in a union. I've been on the other side on the collective bargaining, whether it was CUPE or it was when we were with the phone company. I've been on strike. I was on strike for 9 months, 8-9 months, Madam Speaker. So nobody's implying that, and you can create a story around it. It's just simply not true. The public servants have done an incredible job, and they will continue to be valued, Madam Speaker. I know that as I have the privilege to be a minister of many departments, and I challenge anyone in this room to go, whether it was municipal affairs, community services, education, and advanced education, go in and speak to the individuals in those departments and ask them how I treated them and how I treat them. This is a partnership. We don't go without the public sector. We have a deep appreciation for them, and we will continue to appreciate them and treat them fairly, because that's what counts, Madam Speaker. So this government's track record, I've been in a few governments, I don't know if you knew that, but this government's track record is pretty darn good when it comes to treating workers. There's been no mass layoffs. I've sat here for a lot of years. I remember in the last session where there was a bill on healthcare and information around healthcare, and then we sat here for that entire session and listened to the opposition say, you know, they're going to, you know, they're stealing your healthcare information and they're going to give it out to private sector, and it's so dangerous. It's this, that, it's the other thing, without actually really knowing what it was about, Madam Speaker. Without actually really knowing what it was about. And what it was about is improving an app that is actually saving lives, Madam Speaker. And if the members can say whatever they want, I mean, they can laugh all they want, but I bet you they've never used it. Because I know I have constituents who are being told when their breast screening comes up, when their next appointment is. It's coming up on their phones, Madam Speaker. It's allowing them to access records and read it in real language, Madam Speaker. These things are important to Nova Scotians. They may not think it's important to be able to read your own personal information, but we do. And Nova Scotians do. I think it's very good to be able to pull up my records on my phone. If I have the ability to change family doctor, I go somewhere else, another province, somewhere, that I have that information. In fact, Madam Speaker, that information has been in circulation in BC forever, forever. I have a friend who's an EMT who worked in BC. He said, you know, as an EMT in BC, we could literally pull up our patients' healthcare records. And I said, well, Neil, why is that important? He said, well, it's important because we don't know if they're diabetic, we don't know what they're doing, like, we don't know, so we need to know. So this misinformation or this storytelling about mass layoffs, when we come back in the fall, and if the doom and gloom that they are predicting does not happen, which it won't, I hope those members stand on their feet and apologize.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
Point of order, I do request that the member withdraw the statement of misinformation.
Thank you. Yeah, he didn't accuse any member. It's not. It's of misinformation. If you're standing up on another point of order, I will recognize you. If you're not, then I will not recognize you, because I've had legal counsel. I'm listening intently to what the member is saying, and he was not accusing any specific member of misleading or mistruth. Sorry. Do you have a new point of order? Okay, recognize the honourable member for Halifax, Siddle, Sable Island.
Madam Speaker, I do feel that the member made a specific comment.
Order. 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 That's not a new point of order. I know, but we went through this a few weeks ago. I did it for them. We had some members from your party who kind of were upset about it. I did it for you. I had some other. Nobody gets a second chance here anymore. I've got legal counsel. It is not a point of order. Disagreement among members. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So as I was saying, when we come back in the fall and the doom and gloom which is being predicted, which will not happen, doesn't happen, I hope that those members stand in their place and apologize. Right? They're saying that there's going to be massive layoffs and cuts, and people aren't going to be applying for jobs, and people are going to leave in mass exodus for the jobs, and they're not going to be appealing.
Order. If the member for Sackville-Cobequid has a point of order, they can stand. But I can hear you perfectly well from here, and I don't want to be hearing you perfectly well from here. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm not going to stand up here long, but what I will say is that, on the Auditor General stuff, we heard loud and clear from Nova Scotians. We heard loud and clear from the Auditor General. As somebody who is one of the longest, might possibly be the longest serving member on that committee, it's an important committee. It's integral to the public. It's integral for transparency and openness, and we'll continue to support the Auditor General. In fact, we've raised the budget for them. So, Madam Speaker, I just want to say that it's no piece of legislation is perfect, and I think it's when we stand here and we hear, and I've been here long enough to hear, when you push through legislation and you don't make the changes, you're one way. But if you push through legislation and you listen and make the changes, it's also negative connotation. So I don't think that this is, I've heard sloppy legislation. I think what happens is, I'm proud to be part of a government that when you hear feedback that you make those changes, right? I think that's fair for Nova Scotians. I think it's really fair for Nova Scotians. I wish that would have happened with the Yarmouth Ferry back in the day. I wish that would have happened for other pieces of legislation back in the day, Madam Speaker. We heard about the fixed election and how it shouldn't have been in the summer. The NDPs ran for re-election in the summer, Madam Speaker. I looked it up. Beginning of September is when they called their election. So what I'm saying is, let's just have a factual conversation. The points are well taken, Madam Speaker. I can tell you that to every single person that works for the provincial government, whether you're unionized or not, you're appreciated. We've, I think, shown in our track record that when it comes to compensation and being treated fairly, that we will continue to do that and we'll continue to support you. The Auditor General is going nowhere. Does an incredible job. In fact, we'll be debating Bill 12 at some point, and that those bills were built on the recommendation of the Auditor General. Also, FOIPOP Commissioner has made some requests and some changes. We're going to continue to listen to the experts, like the FOIPOP Commissioner, and we're going to move forward with those changes. So with those few words.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I stand up here because, we're talking about Bill 1. And Bill 1, as my colleague mentioned, has 11 acts, which ministers are responsible for each and every one of those acts. I was so happy to see a minister stand up to give us clarity on any part of the bill. But yet we didn't see that or hear that. We heard about misinformation. We heard about, not telling, untruths. And to me, I think here's an opportunity. Here's an opportunity for government to stand up and clarify what it is that Nova Scotians were asking. Clarify things on why did we not talk to the Auditor General before we put forward a bill that's going to affect their job? Yes, they're backpedaling, and yes, they've taken it out, but why didn't you do your due diligence before? Same exact thing. This is the problem here. It's not that bill number 1 is not something that we shouldn't be debating and having conversations about. What we're trying to say is that the bill itself needs work. We've talked about it. Each and every one of us over here in opposition have talked about many different parts of the bill that could use some work. And we say this because the minister alluded or spoke about public bills being the same as law amendments. Well, it's actually not. Law amendments, you could actually bring forward amendments to actually influence what the bill would look like. So I want to be clear. See, this is what people are supposed to do, stand up and clarify what that position is. Clarity on a part of the bill.
Order. I asked you to rephrase you people. You can say, but you people. You're addressing, you can say, you know, I get it. It's, yeah, no, that's all right. I make mistakes all the time. We all do. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I just want to say that, you know, and I'm not going to talk long. I just wanted to stand up because this is an opportunity for Nova Scotians to get the respect that they deserve. They came to public bills, told us exactly what they were feeling and how it was going to affect them. And yet the only thing that we seen was the things that the Auditor General felt was not appropriate. The things that the Privacy Commissioner felt was not appropriate. But all of this stuff could have been done before the bill was actually produced, before the legislation came forward on the floor. And I think that's the problem we see here with a number of pieces of legislation coming forward without the due diligence of consulting the proper people to get the right information. So I just want to say that I was surprised to see a minister stand up and not actually defend anything or clarify anything that was in the bill, other than to defend things that were said by a member that was their experience. So I think, you know, I wish a minister that has, you know, the portfolio of any one of these acts to step up and do what Nova Scotians are asking and clarify exactly what it is that this bill is about to do. Because there have been a number of questions here asked. We're just hoping that the government actually has answers to the things that Nova Scotians are asking. So, you know, defend it with the same vigor. Defend it with the same power and claps and excitement that you defend, you know, a word or two that's being said by an opposition member. We're here to do our job. If you don't like us doing our job, we are not here for you. Or sorry, we are not here for the side that doesn't like that. So I'm just saying, my role is to do this work. I'm giving it to you now. So I thought I'd stand and let you know that this is exactly what Nova Scotians deserve, is clarity and the respect that's given.
If I am to recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance and Treasury, it will be closed third reading. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance and Treasury Board.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank all members of the House for their comments. I move to close debate on third reading.
The motion is for third reading of Bill number 1, Government Organization and Administration, an Act respecting, to close. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. I recognize the clerk.
Bill number 1, an act respecting government organization and administration.
Ordered that the bill do pass and the title be as read by the clerk. Ordered that the bill be engrossed. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would you please call Bill number 11, Administrative Efficiency and Accountability in the Healthcare Act?
Okay, Bill number 11, Administrative Efficiency and Accountability in Healthcare Act. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Speaker, I move Bill number 11, an act respecting administrative efficiency and accountability in healthcare, be now read a third time. I'll just offer some brief remarks to open debate. The members across the floor noted during second reading that there are aspects of the bill, like repealing and amendments to the Anatomy Act, Human Organ and Tissue Donation Act, and the Health Services Act that they support, and I thank them for that. I do want to offer a bit of clarity from the debate in second reading. So, Speaker, I just want to talk about the Emergency Department Accountability Act. So, modernizing our healthcare system includes how we communicate and provide information and data to Nova Scotians, and certainly in the last number of years in their first mandate and continuing into this, we are constantly adding data, real-time data, in order to support not only clinicians and decision makers, but also Nova Scotians in understanding how the healthcare system is working. The annual report that we're repealing is really outdated data. So it is tabled at a minimum of 9 months after the data has been closed on March 31st. And so it does not provide clear picture of what's currently happening, and actually misses 9 months of work. And certainly I believe that the folks in the healthcare system have shown that there can be tremendous effort and change in a 9-month period. We have established public reporting dashboards and websites with information that's available now. And people are able to access those in a variety of different ways. Nova Scotia Health website updates service interruptions and emergency department closures in real time. Action for health reporting with data available, can happen sometimes monthly, sometimes quarterly, sometimes annually, depending on the metric. And certainly Nova Scotians, the media, and members across the way can all access this data and metrics. I also want to explain that the Health Authorities Act continues to include the requirement of Nova Scotia Health and IWK to complete public engagement activities that support community and business planning processes. I know that one of the members opposite spoke about their concern that the public consultation would stop if this portion of the bill was repealed, but I want to assure members there's still a requirement in the Health Authorities Act for community consultation, and certainly we recently saw that in force in Windsor. I also want to just mention a little bit. I think one of the things that opposition had asked us to clarify was during second reading was the amendment around the Health Service Insurance Act. So this really is a housekeeping amendment to provide clarity in existing language within the legislation for healthcare professionals. It will now be clearer for healthcare professionals that they can charge private insurers and federal government programs more than the provincial tariff rate if there is an opportunity to do that when higher payments are available. And so I'll just give an example. Dental care is an example. Some of the most commonly billed dental services include recall examinations, fluoride treatments, x-rays, etc. So under the federal Canadian Dental Care Plan, those services can be billed at a higher rate than the provincial tariff. And so this language really just provides clarity for those healthcare providers to be able to charge that higher rate, but there will be no change for patients at all. And so with that, I'll take my seat and wait to hear from my colleagues across the floor.
I recognize the member for Halifax, Civil Sable Island.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I really want to express my thanks to the Minister of Health for providing some comments and responses to the questions that we had asked, and we had asked on behalf of Nova Scotians who had contacted us. And I think we recognize the changes in the Anatomy Act that were required. We appreciate the explanation of the changes to the Health Services and Insurance Act. I am curious about I guess where this will go and what we'll see come out of that. But I think we are still concerned and we are not pleased to see the Emergency Department Accountability Act repealed. So I certainly understand the idea of providing data that's up to date, and that the Accountability Act was in fact a reflection backwards. But I think that's a really important way that we can learn about what's happening. And I mean, this is why we have accountability reports for every government department, is we want to look back on the year and see what the trends were, see what investments were made, and see where we've gotten to in terms of improving access. I know that the minister has acknowledged that maintaining particularly rural ER access is a continuing challenge. It's a workforce challenge, and it's definitely not one that's stabilized. And so, I had the opportunity to ask the minister earlier in the session about the closures at Queens County or Queens Regional Hospital. That one really stuck out to me because I know that when my mom lived in Milton, Queens County, that ER saved her life on a number of occasions, and that if she had had to travel further to Bridgewater, I don't think that would have been the case. And so, I feel like I had a very visceral feeling of what that ER closure meant. I know that this government is working on this, but I really feel that the type of information that was provided in this report was really important for us to learn from and to plan for the future. I have a feeling, unfortunately, I'm not sure, but it seems to me that particularly staffing rural ERs is going to continue to be a challenge because, as we know, we're in a global fight for health human resources. I did take some time to look at the Action for Health public reporting dashboard. So the minister just now said that different indicators be updated at different times. I think in earlier debate, we understood that the ER information will be updated on a quarterly basis, so perhaps that can be clarified. I think when I look at the indicators on the Action for Health website, a lot of these they're important. They're part of what we need to change in the health system, like the new inflow of family physicians, other healthcare human resource numbers. But I think if you ask Nova Scotians, they really want to understand what's happening at their fingertips in terms of emergency care. And if you go to the homepage for the data, there's actually not one that stands out as emergency room reporting. So I guess what I would encourage when it's bundled into the 6 areas, I guess what I would encourage is that actually, we think the report is still relevant and provides important information. I understand that it's going to stop. I do think that there can be work done on the website as it is to make sure that Nova Scotians know where they're going to look for that information. So that's our feedback on that. Like I said, we're not in favor, we're still not convinced that report is irrelevant. We still think it's an important piece of information. I think looking back is just as important, especially when we're planning to look forward and what we've learned and what we need to do next. So with that, I'll take my seat.
I recognize the member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill, I'm going to speak more about the issue around losing the accountability for emergency department reports, the annual reports. And I'm just going to bring up my notes here. I'll try not to be too harsh, but I will say, Mr. Speaker, that we are in a healthcare crisis here in Nova Scotia. And I am always surprised every session when there is either no legislation that has to do with healthcare or one bill like this. Considering the major problems that we are having, I don't know about your experience this past weekend, Mr. Speaker, but I was home, and everywhere I went, everyone wanted to talk to me about a healthcare experience that they had. And in every case, it was extremely negative. In one case, a woman almost died and was told that she should hire a lawyer. She's asking me what to do, so I'm trying to guide her about how to get access to her own medical records. Now, I'm not sure if every other MLA is having the same experience, but it's just disappointing that this is the only healthcare bill. Repealing the Anatomy Act, and even the name of the bill, an administrative efficiency. Yeah, it's efficiency, all right. Removing accountability, removing a report of emergency room departments for the province. Now, I'm a little more sensitive about it today, and I'll tell you why, Madam Speaker. Because this government, and the minister may not be aware of this, but this government, the department, has made a decision to pay emergency room doctors less as of April the 1st, rather. Now, the colleague that just spoke before me said that it's hard for rural emergency departments to staff their emergency departments. And it certainly is. And as of April the 1st, it's going to be even harder because some of the CECs that are emergency departments in the province the department has decided to start paying the doctors there as though they're urgent treatment centers instead of CECs. So they're taking a $20 an hour pay drop at a time when we need them more than ever. Now in Cumberland County, we have lost Spring Hill Emerge, my colleague in Cumberland South. We've lost the Parsboro no longer have an emergency department. So Pugwash, North Cumberland, is the only rural emergency department left in Cumberland County. And there's been threats of changing that to an urgent care center. The community spoke out very loudly against this. And we were assured at a public meeting by Nova Scotia Health that it would not happen. They made a commitment that they will keep the Pugwash Hospital as a CEC. But now, someone in the department has decided they're going to pay our only emergency room doctor in Pugwash less money as of April the 1st. Who came up with that idea? Who would come up with that idea at a time that we are in a healthcare crisis? Oh, let's pay our doctors less money. That'll really encourage them. That'll really keep them here in Nova Scotia. So I'm a little sensitive about this bill today, Madam Speaker. Because if our emergency room department doesn't have a physician in Pugwash, guess what's going to happen? It will close. It's already closed some days. So I hope the minister is listening and starts and asks somebody in the department, what is going on? Who came up with this? And I sure as heck hope that it gets changed quickly. There's 9 doctors in Northern Zone affected by this. I don't know how many there are affected province-wide. But this will affect our rural emergency departments even more negatively in this province. There's a lot more that can be said about healthcare and that should be discussed in this legislature. 3 or 4 years ago, almost every bill and every debate in opposition, members were talking about healthcare, and things have not gotten better. People are continuing to lie in stretchers in emergency departments. The offload wait times are still long. We don't have any more hospital beds. Capacity is higher than ever. Nursing staffing is lower. We have international nurses that want to work in Nova Scotia Health that are not getting interviews because the bridging program has been paused. Why did we invite international nurses to come to the province to work in healthcare? And now that they're here and they have a Nova Scotia nursing license, and they're being told, we're paused the bridging program and we're not hiring you. They're not even being given an interview. Now, if it's because there's not enough staff educators in Nova Scotia Health to help mentor them, then that's fixable. Fix it. Having a new international nurse with a nursing license here in Nova Scotia is similar to a new graduate who has a nursing license. They need to be mentored. There needs to be a period of time where they're mentored in the unit that they're working. But they're not even being given an interview. And now we have a federal election, and I heard one of the leaders talk about how we need to welcome international healthcare workers, and I agree, but why are we welcoming them here to Nova Scotia and then telling them they're not good enough for us to even give them an interview? It's a really good question that no one has answered. So my main comments, Madam Speaker, are around losing this report, the emergency room department report. And yes, I understand the minister has said over and over again that the information is available every day. You can go online, and that is great if you're going on that day, but there should still be a report available at the end of the year so that you can look back and make comparable comparisons year over year. So I don't believe that this is increasing accountability. I believe it's decreasing accountability. And I believe that there's, what is the reason for that? Really, I don't believe it would take that much work to create an annual emergency room department report. So I don't think we should be losing reports. We should be increasing them, increasing accountability and transparency, if anything. And for that reason, I will not be supporting Bill 11.
If I am to recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness, it will be closed debate on third reading. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Speaker. And so just very briefly, I want to thank the opposition for their comments, and I do want to acknowledge that that accountability report was started under the NDP government a number of years ago, and I do think it served a very important time and place, but comments are noted, and as we move forward with this new reporting structure, I certainly appreciate their feedback. And also just a note again around the community consultation that happened in Windsor recently. So while the emergency room was discussed, the community also had an opportunity to talk about things like physiotherapy services. They had an opportunity to talk about recruitment and retention, not just in the emergency department, but overall health services in the community. And I think it was really helpful. Nova Scotia Health was there doing some consultation, which is a bit broader now. People want to understand what's happening in primary care. They want to understand what's happening in terms of hospitalist services, allied health care professionals. And so that, again, I want to reassure opposition that that will continue. We'll continue to have those community consultations. So I do appreciate the comments, and so I move to close debate on Bill 11.
The motion is for third reading on Bill 11, Administrative Efficiency and Accountability in Healthcare Act. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried.
Bill 11, an act respecting administrative efficiency and accountability in healthcare.
Ordered that the bill do pass and that the title be as read by the clerk. Ordered that the bill be engrossed. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Speaker, would you please call public bills for third reading?
Public bills and orders. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Speaker, would you please call Bill 12, Advanced Education and Research and Act respecting?
Bill 12, Advanced Education and Research, an act respecting. I recognize the Honourable Minister of advanced education. Ugh.
Madam Speaker, I ask that Bill 12, Advanced Education, Research and Act respecting be read for a third time.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Sydney, Member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm not going to speak too long, but I do want to get up and say that as a caucus, we do not support the bill. One of the the primary reason for that essentially is that we've heard enough from faculty and from administration and from students within the system that there's concerns around government overreach when it comes to board composition. It was made loud and clear during public bills. Obviously, you go into public bills and you look for some consistency in themes. You look for both, folks that have concerns with the bill and folks that are in support of the bill. But there was enough feedback that we've received from across the province from those stakeholders who are involved within the institutions that is the reason why we are not supporting that bill. As I said, big issues with government overreach from many of the folks that we've talked to across the province. So I want to be on the record, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate for the House. This is probably going to tread ground already covered in previous debate, but for the folks at home, that's really who we're talking to here. You know, what have we learned since this bill was first introduced? Despite the government's claims that this bill flows from the mind of the Auditor General, despite the government's claims that this bill flows from ongoing, meaningful, long-standing conversation and collaboration with university presidents and wide-reaching stakeholder consultation, through the fulsome conversation I and caucus members have had with university presidents, through the conversation we've had with faculty unions, through the conversation that we've had with student unions and students, through the conversations we've had with board chairs, this piece of legislation is out of the blue. It dropped with only the narrowest kind of consultation. It appears the government's consultation with stakeholders was entirely selective. It picked its spots about who it talked to about this bill before it landed, and picked its spots about who it wasn't going to let know about this bill until sort of the 5-minute courtesy warning as it was read into the record here in the House. We've had a number of reports in Nova Scotia that have highlighted the foundational importance of our post-secondary sector to the present, short-term and long-term prosperity of this province. Other speakers have called to remembrance the Ivany report. Talked about, that showed emphatically that our universities are beyond places of higher learning. They are key economic drivers. Many in communities that would struggle to survive or thrive without the presence of the post-secondary institutions that call those communities home. They are important drivers of social change. They are important drivers of growth and progress and social justice in our province. And that report called for the government to be more proactive, recognizing when we talk about the government, it was a different government than the current one, but the call to whoever formed government to collaboratively address long-term sustainable core funding, to ensure accountability and transparency for the funding that governments provide. There were plenty of calls in the Ivany report that ultimately went disregarded or unheeded by a series of governments. And that responsibility, in all fairness, Madam Speaker, cannot rest solely on this government alone. I recognize that. I've previously alluded to that in my comments. The Auditor General, in her report that came out after this legislation arrived in the House, drew attention to a number of needs. The need for transparency and accountability. The need for there to be guardrails around how government funding is and isn't spent by universities, recognizing the substantive investment of the public's money in the operations of our post-secondary institutions. Those are all things that we here at the opposition wholeheartedly support. And based on the conversation we've had with a wide variety of stakeholders in the post-secondary sector, there is no question on the part of the post-secondary sector that that's an essential ingredient of sustainable operation of universities in the present, in the short term, in the long term. So we don't have a problem of disagreement in Nova Scotia about the need for enhanced transparency and accountability. The questions that we continue to raise are how the government has interpreted the findings of the Auditor General, and the suggestion that this almost comes straight from the pen of the Auditor somehow is deeply questionable. The Auditor General did not call for new and sweeping legislation which gives the government powers that it's never had in Nova Scotia, but that also exists nowhere else in Canada. The Auditor General did not call into question the capacity of current statutes to empower the minister, to empower the department, to install the kind of guardrails that she called for in her report. The minister has that capacity without changing the law. The Auditor General did point to bilateral agreements as an approach and a process with untapped potential to remedy the shortcomings when it comes to government oversight of how public funds are spent by universities. But those bilateral agreements don't require a legislative change to be negotiated. The Auditor General talked about, in some very mild terms, university governance. But this bill doesn't take into account that universities under the last MOU signed between Nova Scotia universities and the previous government undertook extensive internal reviews of their governance structures. In those documents, it's unclear whether or not the current minister or his predecessor ever bothered to crack the cover of those tomes to see what, if any, changes had been identified by these institutions, changes that they recognized needed to be made, recognized a process to make them, and could have worked to support changes that there was already a willingness in an agency to pursue. Instead, the bill puts forward sweeping changes to university governance that nobody asked for, not the Auditor General, not the universities, not presidents, not board chairs. Nobody asked for the proposed changes that are present in Bill 1 as it comes to university governance. Nobody asked for the government for 30% of operating funds to control 50% of decision-making at a board level. And to characterize that move as something that the Auditor General requested or mandated or recommended to her in report, or to suggest that university presidents or anybody in the university sphere said was necessary. We had comments about misinformation a little bit earlier. It wanders into that territory, Madam Speaker. The Auditor General did not call into focus or question the way that Research Nova Scotia provides oversight and accountability for public funds invested in research through Research Nova Scotia. By all accounts, the research sector in Nova Scotia points to the current operation of that body as a real Made in Nova Scotia success story. Government designates funds, an expert board of governors with relevant expertise and deep experience oversees the disbursement of millions of dollars of public funds with appropriate checks and balances, with ongoing reporting and transparency. Even noted that researchers have commented that in the course of carrying out multi-year research priorities funded by Research Nova Scotia, recognizing the need to be responsive to transparency and accountability, but also recognizing the need for research to result in impact for the people of Nova Scotia. Researchers come to Research Nova Scotia and amend the work so that not only are they transparent and accountable, but they adjust research mid-course to strive to deliver the kind of impact that public investment warrants. It's working. The Auditor General did not call in any way, shape, or form for government to insert hand-picked civil servants who will be employed without protection against termination without cause on its board of governors to determine research priorities that align with the government's. The Auditor General did not call for publicly funded research that aligns with politically determined partisan politics. But that's what this bill delivers. It stands to put a major chill on whether the best and the brightest minds around the world and across Nova Scotia choose to make Nova Scotia the home where they pursue research with public funding. Do I want to research in a place where a government can tell me what I can and can't study? Where I have to come up with an answer that fits a certain frame? But that's what this bill delivers. Nobody asked for it, but this is what you're getting. I've commented previously, elements of this bill. There's potential for the aspect of this bill that amends the Nova Scotia Community College Act to grant that institution degree granting powers. We note that there are other Canadian jurisdictions where institutions that are peers to the Nova Scotia Community College offer a class of degree that is separate and distinct from the degree that you get from a university. And that additional capacity of those post-secondary sectors, they're able to graduate and meet unique labor force needs through the granting of those college-level degrees. And that is a potential benefit of this legislation. That we hope to see that is the impact of this legislation. That said, we've had a number of universities, because the undrafted regulations, we've heard this undrafted regulations, which will be presented later, which will allay concerns. We have not seen those draft regulations that outline what kind of degrees the Nova Scotia Community College will be authorized to grant. And there are concerns. We've heard this government say we need more faster. Front of mind are nurses and teachers. And I don't have to read any tea leaves. I've watched the Minister of Advanced Education tell me I should be thankful that his government's doing everything possible to train more teachers, as if I were still employed by the union, having been elected by the people of Sackville-Cobequid. The fact is that if the Nova Scotia Community College is granted the power to graduate teacher candidates and nurse candidates, the ecosystem of post-secondary education in Nova Scotia threatens to be imbalanced all of a sudden. There has been a long and careful and collegial and constructive dance between the Nova Scotia Community College and the 11 Nova Scotia universities, where great care has been taken to say, if we launch this program, what might the impact be on our sibling institutions in Nova Scotia? If we launch this program at University A, will it destabilize a program offered at University B? Great care has been taken for a very long time so that every university in Nova Scotia has the capacity to deliver programs and to benefit from those programs, to attract and retain students and faculty, and enable each institution to operate and sustainably for the long term. This threatens that balance. In the absence of clarity about what programs the Nova Scotia Community College may grant when it starts granting degrees. And that is not a small consideration, especially when we've heard this minister, since this legislation has been introduced in the House, in media engagements comment on the number of universities in Nova Scotia he's concerned about fiscally. That the number of universities are at risk of being insolvent. We've heard those comments in a public-facing way in the media. If those same universities are destabilized by this degree-granting power of Nova Scotia Community College, we may well find the minister declaring institutions which have found ways to remain stable and viable backed into a corner where they can no longer make that claim. Because why would anybody go and get a degree for $8,000 a year at a university when you can go get it for a fraction of the cost at the Nova Scotia Community College on a tighter timeline? Especially at a time that Nova Scotia tuition at universities is the highest in the country by a long shot. And it's been that way for a good long time. So we look at this legislation and the way that things overlap, the potential for this to destabilize universities, not only in terms of programs that they offer, but also their long-term fiscal viability. It brings us to the last component of this legislation that we've spoken about with grave concern, and that is the change in the locus of control over who has the ability to trigger the revitalization process. And again, recognizing not everybody in chambers may have been present for previous remarks on this concept, revitalization is a process that might be understood in a layperson way by members of this House unfamiliar. We understand that when businesses operate, when they get into trouble, there exists in law the process of bankruptcy. When a company becomes insolvent, unable to meet its financial obligations to operate and to serve its obligations to creditors, it can enter a protected state that gives it access to the ability to restructure its operations, to meet its obligations to creditors, and to enhance its health, to get back on a track where the enterprise can remain in operation in the short and long term. And revitalization under current statute and under the proposed law is effectively that, a process by which a university arriving at a point where it appears that they lack the resources to continue to operate in the short term and the long term could enter willingly and voluntarily by their own election. That's under current statute, to have a set of tools under the revitalization process to be able to reorganize its operations to address immediate financial pressures and to reorganize itself so that it continues to operate in the long term. I made comments to this previously, but I will revisit them again. When the current statute was brought in to effect by the former government under Stephen McNeil in 2015, under then Minister Labby Kasoulis, that legislation arrived with a fair degree of concern about revitalization being written into legislation. It sent very powerful waves to the post-secondary sector, even under the current language. That universities would have tools under the law that potentially might give it power to initiate layoffs, the sale of assets, a whole bunch of things. And those powers were ones that gave the sector great concern. This law, this proposed law, aims to hand that power, to take it out of the hands of universities and to give it to the Minister of Advanced Education. And it's worth noting, Speaker, that the Auditor General already pointed, as much as the minister wants to protest, as much as the minister wants to claim that there's enough blame to go around and there's equal blame, the Auditor General pointed time and again in her report to the Minister of Education and those that came before him for a failure to exercise their already considerable powers of oversight under existing statute when it came to requiring ongoing reporting on university finances, when it came to putting guardrails around what unrestricted operating grants could be used to pay for and what it couldn't be used to pay for. Those were shortcomings of the minister and a department. So a minister that already doesn't have the best grasp on how universities are doing in terms of their fiscal health is now going to be handed the unilateral power to tell universities they are or are not doing well in their opinion, and to hand sweeping power to himself to determine who gets to have a say over how a university is or isn't restructured. It's an alarming shift. And it's an answer to a question that ultimately wasn't asked. We've heard a number of voices from within the sector. People with national perspective, people with regional perspective, people with Nova Scotia perspective. Tell us that this legislation is political interference in higher learning in the most problematic way ever in Canadian history. We watched the minister stare into the camera and say it nice and slow for the people in the back that he wants everything to be around for his children and his children's children. Except, Mr. Speaker, the people in the sector tell us this is doing more than that. This goes beyond transparency and accountability. It goes beyond guardrails on operating funds. It reaches into the very heart of decision-making in universities. And threatens the autonomy of higher education institutions. And this government can protest all it wants and say, we're not that. They're not like us, if you will, when we look at what's happening to the south. But this government cannot escape that these changes are occurring in a context we are watching in real time the deconstruction and the demolition of democracy in higher learning in a jurisdiction that has long been considered a bastion of free speech, freedom to learn, an academic principle. We are watching academics in Florida, which has instituted changes that are all too reminiscent of what we see in Bill 12, leave the jurisdiction for places where they are not going to be told what to teach, how to teach, what to research, who to hire, what they're allowed to have students read. Whether or not this bill reaches that far, it occurs concurrently with changes happening in another jurisdiction that raise major flags about any imposition on higher learning and its ability to exercise autonomy apart from partisan politics. If ever there was a time to bolster the autonomy of universities in Nova Scotia and in Canada, I know this government doesn't have that power, it's right here, right now. When democracy is under assault, when misinformation abounds, when it's hard to tell what's true from what's not true, where it's hard to explore tough questions and explore answers that have been pursued free from bias, free from political interference, and to ask expert people that don't have a dog in a political race, what do we need to think about in making decisions in the public good? Now is the time to protect the autonomy of post-secondary institutions in our province. And sadly, Mr. Speaker, when we hear from voices within the sector, there are grave concerns that this bill does the opposite. It erodes that. The last thing I want to comment on in this legislation isn't necessarily in its content, but rather in its present, its short-term, and its long-term impact on relationship. This legislation, by reaching into the boards of universities and giving the government controlling interest, by reaching into the Board of Research Nova Scotia, and all of those positions being filled by staff that will have an obligation to carry out exactly and only what their minister tells them they must do when they go discharge their duty as members of boards, or they could lose their jobs. And the minister's not even going to have to be blatant about it because it's just going to be hanging there in the air. They're going to know that that's the reality that they work under. This will erode the relationship between the province, between universities, and the ability to collaborate to make sure the sector remains sustainable in the long run. And the first time that government-appointed board members veto a decision that the university community stands strongly behind, it will be too late to fix it, because the damage will have been done. There's already a lack of consultation. There's already a lack of collaboration. And this does not set the table to draw people in. So, Speaker, in the strongest term possible, I can't say any more clearly that this legislation answers questions that weren't asked. It legislates solutions to problems that weren't flagged. And it's not going to be good for the sector. Mr. Speaker, I've heard multiple individuals on the government side talk about major employers in Nova Scotia. Michelin accounts for 1.5% of the GDP of this province. And yet we haven't heard anybody from the government side talk about the fact that St. FX University accounts for 1.5% of the GDP, of the economic product of our province. That's one of 11 universities. The combined economic impact and significance of our universities far exceeds that of the largest private sector employer in this province.
Wow.
It makes absolutely no sense. There is no business case to be made to enact legislation which threatens to destabilize a sector that is a critical and foundational economic anchor for our province at a time that business looks to be thrown hither and yon by the irrational idiocy of a maniac in the White House to the south. So with all respect, I ask my colleagues in government to step away from the most egregious parts of this bill. We've proposed amendments to take the hard edges off this bill. We've proposed amendments to protect this minister and this government from public perception of overreach and partisanship in the appointment of its representation on university boards, on the Board of Research Nova Scotia, on the board of the Nova Scotia Community College. We've proposed amendments to insulate this government from perceptions of overreach in terms of dominating decision-making in the university sector. And this government has simply shrugged at constructive suggestions to enhance this legislation such that the people of Nova Scotia, such that the opposition, such that the post-secondary sector in Nova Scotia can look on this legislation as anything other than an absolute overreach into how universities and post-secondary institutions work in this province. I implore the government, before it votes to put this legislation through, as it has with other legislation, to adopt amendments that address these concerns and to put forward legislation that shows that it has the restraint and the principle to listen to good feedback and create legislation that's better for the province than it currently is. Thank you, Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to speak to Bill 12 in third reading. And Bill 12 introduces wide-reaching amendments across multiple acts. This also is an omnibus bill, and it takes into account 5 pieces of legislation that govern post-secondary education and research in our province. The 5 pieces of legislation that are being amended are the Community Colleges Act, Private Careers Colleges Act, Research Nova Scotia Corporation Act, the University Accountability and Sustainability Act, and the University Board Governance Act. And as I mentioned in my comments about Bill 1, I do believe, Madam Speaker, that we would have stronger legislation here in the province if we did less omnibus bills and more individual amendments to legislation. At its core, Bill 12 reflects the government's desire to tighten oversight, align educational institutions more closely with provincial priorities, and improve transparency and accountability. While these are reasonable goals, we all want strong institutions that deliver value to students and serve the needs of Nova Scotians. But I believe, Madam Speaker, that the way that the bill goes about achieving these goals does raise serious questions, particularly around institutional autonomy, governance, and academic freedom. And when the Minister of Advanced Education has spoken to Bill 12, he often refers to the Auditor General's report and that this bill is in response to the Auditor General's report. But I will table the Auditor General's report and just clearly outline that the bill does not reflect the Auditor General's report. So there's the key recommendations from the latest Auditor General report on funding to universities recommends the Department of Advanced Education identify and evaluate new operating grant funding allocation options. A new allocation model should specify what factors are considered in determining the funding level and should be reviewed and updated on a regular basis. And secondly, we recommend the Department of Advanced Education work with universities receiving public funds to develop financial indicators and benchmarks to assess the financial health and sustainability of universities. And as being a former businesswoman, I think that those are great goals. And, you know, making sure that there are indicators put in place and benchmarks that universities have to meet in order to receive taxpayers' money is a positive thing. But that's not exactly what this bill is doing, and I'll table the Auditor General's report. Starting with the Community Colleges Act, this bill grants the community college the authority to offer undergraduate degrees. It's a big change here in Nova Scotia, contingent on approval by the Governor and Council. So on the surface, this could be a positive step, one that expands access to higher education and help address pressing labor shortages, especially in trades and technical sectors. But with this expansion comes great responsibility Degree-granting institutions must meet rigorous standards, and we don't want to lower our standards, that's for sure. And we must ensure that Nova Scotia Community College has the resources it needs, faculty support, academic freedom, needed to uphold them. We simply can't hand out degree authority making without a clear plan to protect the quality, to protect the integrity of post-secondary education here in Nova Scotia. The bill also shifts control over tuition and fees from the Executive Council to the Minister of Advanced Education. And that might streamline the process, but it also concentrates power without necessarily improving transparency or affordability for students. Let's not forget our students. In a province where the cost of education continues to be a barrier for many, this change demands close scrutiny. One item that I've brought up continuously, and I'm going to continue bringing it up until there's changes made, is the financial barrier in our northern zone of the province when it comes to universities. There are no universities in Cumberland, Colchester, or Pictou in all of the northern zone. And because of that, Madam Speaker, many students choose to be able to live at home to control their living expenses and travel into southern New Brunswick. And those students are not treated fairly, in my opinion, Madam Speaker, because they're Nova Scotia residents, they're Nova Scotia taxpayers, they want to work in their home province, but they do not have access to the same programs. And I'm talking specifically about our nurses. We have an opportunity to treat the nurses in the northern zone fairly, and this government keeps choosing not to do that. So nurses in the northern zone that get their education in Sackville, New Brunswick, which is literally 10 minutes across the border. We talk about all these removing interprovincial barriers. This is a perfect example of one that could be removed. It's a barrier to affordability for education, and our nursing students and nurses in the northern zone are not being treated fairly by not having the same access to the Nova Scotia Student Loan Forgiveness Program. So there's a degree nursing program in Sackville now through Beale University, and there's also a degree nursing program in Moncton. So many people in the northern zone, that's where they travel because they can live at home, pay Nova Scotia taxes, and they want to choose to work in their home province. But they are discriminated against because they don't have that same access to the Nova Scotia Student Loan Forgiveness Program, and that is a barrier. It needs to be changed. I know a little bit about universities because my husband and I have 4 kids, and they've all gone to universities here. We have great universities here in this province. Our daughter studied nursing at CBU. One son went to Mount St. Vincent, another went to Dalhousie, another went to St. Mary's. So we've certainly done our part in supporting the universities here in Nova Scotia. Moving on to the Universities Accountability and Sustainability Act and the introduction of the new University Board Governance Act, we do see further centralization of authority. A common theme, the government proposes to standardize university board structures and grant the minister new powers to require action plans and even withhold funding for non-compliance. And I know I tabled the Auditor General's report. There's no question she wants to see accountability, but nowhere in the report, if you read through it, Madam Speaker, does she talk about governance and changing any of the governance structures and taking away independence from universities. We do have to be concerned about is this the first step towards something else? You know, what is the next step? We've seen big changes in healthcare when it comes to board governance. We used to have 9 boards, regional health boards in the province under former Premier John Hamm, and then it went down to 2, and then we have none, 0. And while there are community health boards, the community health boards are run by a Nova Scotia Health chair, and they're not allowed to say anything publicly. They're not allowed to bring forth necessarily the issues in the communities that they want. Their mandate is not the same as an independent board. like what the regional boards did for healthcare, and certainly what the central board did as well. So in healthcare, we've seen literal complete centralization of power. No local input, no local decision making, no local boards, not even a central board anymore, now going into our 4th year. So seeing that pattern, what's happening in healthcare, I think it does cause us to, raise a red flag of what is going to happen, what is the plan for the future here with board governance for our universities. There is an argument to be made for stronger governance and accountabilities, no question, but let's not ignore the risks. When ministers can effectively dictate university policy and threaten financial penalties, we do risk turning our institutions of higher learning into extensions of government rather than an independent center for critical thinking and innovation. Then we go to the bill that's being amended, Research Nova Scotia, and under this bill, the corporation's mandate is expanded to fund research that aligns with, quote, provincial priorities, as defined by the minister. And while coordination is important, especially in addressing challenges like climate change or healthcare innovation, tying research funding too closely to government priorities does risk stifling curiosity-driven independent research, and that is important. Innovation doesn't always follow government timelines or election cycles. We must ask who gets to decide what counts as a priority and what becomes of ideas that fall outside of that narrow frame. Finally, Madam Speaker, I want to stress that this bill is not without merit. Strengthening accountability, ensuring post-secondary institutions respond to the real-world needs, and improving access to education are goals that we can support. But the concentration of ministerial control proposed here in Bill 12 over tuition, institutional planning, board appointments, research direction mark a significant shift in how our educational institutions are governed. We do need to be vigilant. Oversight must not become overreach. And I heard my colleague that spoke before me talk about that word, overreach. Autonomy must not be mistaken for inefficiency. And education must remain a space where diverse voices and bold ideas can flourish. We can't risk losing freedom of speech in our universities. Education must remain a space where diverse voices and bold ideas can flourish, even when they challenge government priorities. So we urge the government to engage in a meaningful consultation with students, even if this bill is going to pass, which I'm sure it will. I encourage the government to consult with students, faculty, researchers, and institutions if we want to build a stronger and more responsive post-secondary system here in Nova Scotia. Let's do it together, not with centralization of power and unilateral control. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think in terms of speaking to this bill, I just want to recap, especially for the newer members of this legislature, what happened from 2021 to 2024 in the sector under the through this government. So when we were elected in 2021, of course, universities were still really grappling with the impact of COVID. So all sectors were affected, of course. Universities were part of that. So, in-person classes were shut down. Students, really had to struggle to be able to connect to the campuses. And this was, during a time when, in fact, there already had been a real stagnation in terms of funding allocated to universities. And so, in a context where, in fact, there was already growing amounts of deferred maintenance owed the governments that universities needed to address, this was like throwing an entire cultural shock into the system. And so one of the things that we knew coming into 2021 was the need to address the provincial MOU with universities. And so that MOU was in process of expiring, and that expired. And universities were waiting for what was next. So the first thing that universities were asked to do was a detailed review of their governance structure. And this wasn't clear to what end. This wasn't part of a big process that had been introduced. But I would say through that first part, like into the summer of 2022, universities really worked hard at completing detailed governance reviews that they then submitted to government. There was a lot of information compiled to look at whether, in fact, Nova Scotia universities were being governed, particularly with Board of Governors and other structures, in a way that reflected modern standards, how to look across jurisdictions, that sort of thing. And my understanding with that was actually that there were a few opportunities identified for changes, board by board, but in fact, the results were quite positive. So that was ongoing. Universities were still waiting to hear about the bilateral, so they understood that bilateral process was going to be announced, and universities were still waiting to hear about that. And in fact, that level of uncertainty, so what it would look like, how universities would be funded in this province, persisted actually until January 2024. And in January 2024, government released kind of like a short-term process. So a bilateral process was announced with short timeframes for response. And again, actually at that point, seemed to bear little resemblance to the various types of analysis they had been previously asked to produce, and did very little actually to stabilize the sector. So in January 2024, people were given, I think it was 3 months to produce a suggested approach for the following year. And during that following year, so I guess January 2024 or January 2025, the expectation would be that the government would come out with a longer-term plan and longer-term agreements with universities. So this is all happening at the same time that university and college students were facing, along with all of us, a generational inflationary period in their housing costs, food costs, and other costs. And for folks attending universities in Nova Scotia, facing the highest tuition rates in Canada. And so, and then as well, we also had changes introduced to the international student allocation by the federal government. Students were active and engaged in this whole process. So Students Nova Scotia was active and engaged in thinking about board governance structures in 2022. They were active and engaged in thinking about what students needed. And I know that we have all, I think, had a chance to meet with Students Nova Scotia who present very well researched and organized policy platforms, and as well as CFS Nova Scotia. And in particular, students engaged in a broad and in-depth consultations about a student housing plan. So this was a cornerstone of our advanced education policy. I can table all the documents that were produced. I've tabled them before. And basically, that process was dropped. So it's one of these legacy pieces where government engaged with people and asked them to give a lot of time and energy and effort into that process. And then really, I guess I don't know if it's been officially announced that it's no longer coming forward. It's clearly been abandoned. So I don't think there's anybody, including myself, that's waiting to see that. And so I just really wanted to give a sense of 3.5 years, that particularly in the university side, that there had been really a real lack of stability and a great deal of chaos, I would say. This is also in the context where I've said before that, universities are not funded like they used to be. It would be hard pressed to describe them as publicly funded. They're publicly assisted, but for the most part, the amount of funding that comes from the provincial government to our universities is like 25%, 28%, 30% of the budget. And so Do we have a right and an interest in saying how that money is spent to making sure we're getting impacts and outcomes for students? Absolutely, 100%. Do we have the right to have the minister take over the board appointments and decision-making about how the university should plan for its future? I don't think so. I don't think any of us, if we're running our own company and someone holds 3% of the stock share, I don't think we're actually going to say that, yes, you're right, you are in charge now. That's just not the way that this works. And, and there have been concerns. It is true that one of the things that this government did from 2021 to 2024 was use universities and students as a bit of a faucet, a bit of a tap to run money out, particularly at year end and over budget spending. I've spoken about this before. The two funding allocations that were dumped onto students were not at helpful times. One was in January, which I can tell you because I was still a student at the time, you had to make your decision about paying tuition for that semester in December. So in terms of really supporting students to be able to say, yes, I can make it through this last semester, this coming semester, that type of funding wasn't helpful. We also saw it come in March at one point. And again, if you've made it to March, you're probably starting to breathe a little bit easier because you can get to the point in summer where you can work full time. So that wasn't helpful for students. And then we look at the type of out-of-budget spending, which I will spend some time thinking about. And I do hope that new members take the time to understand the concerns that have been raised by the Auditor General about the spending that has been done year over year to the tune of billions of dollars by this government that this government has not seen fit that they should be part of a legislative debate, public consultation. So I'm referring back to the Auditor General report from March of 2024, where they took a sort of random sample of, I think it was 13% of the out-of-budget spending for the previous fiscal year. And in that, I actually ended up scooping up a number of these year-end amounts of money that had been given to universities. Now, were they given to universities for important things? Absolutely. Were they given to universities in March where in no way, shape, or form could anybody spend the money before the end of the fiscal year? Absolutely. Were they given without contracts? Yep. Were they given without outcomes? They sure were. Were they given without provisions for any interest accrued? And I think there's going to be interest, because we're talking big bucks here, folks, like $58.9 million to CBU, $25 million to SMU, $37.4 million to SANFX. There's a lot of interest to be earned on that kind of money. And there was actually nothing agreed upon. There was no information. Who gets to keep the interest? The other thing that happened is that they were given to universities without actually those universities having a clear plan of the programs that they were going to launch. Now, I obviously spent a lot of time in universities in managing grants. I believe strongly in the ability of universities to manage well and manage themselves. But there is a process. So for instance, of the $25 million, and I'm going to use the SMU example, but everybody knows that I do love SMU. My kid might go there, so but it's a good example where they were given money in March to start a health data analytics program in September. And very clearly, they had to be explained that, in fact, that's not the way the post-secondary education works. You can't stand up a university program between March and September. So we've given them money, the fiscal year ends, they have a whole bunch more money, but there's literally no agreement in place that says what happens if they get to a point and maybe the Maritime Higher Education Council says, actually, this isn't what we need, this hasn't met the standards. There was no sort of agreement on how to return the money. And so the Auditor General had very good reason to talk about some concerns about management. But I would argue that it was in the face of really irresponsible allocations by this government, and allocations that bore no sense to the way that any of us would manage our household, that any of us would manage a business, an organization. This is not how we would do it. We would not just take money and throw it out the door at the end of the fiscal year without, say, talking to our business partner or our life partner, without any clear sense of what you're actually going to get back for it. So this isn't how we have been, I would say, yes, do we need to think about those types of spending allocations? And, and just to say that, as far as I can tell, I'm happy to be corrected. So the funding was given, just let me find the exact date. So the funding was from the fiscal year of 2022-2023. So in March of 2023, for instance, SMU was provided this funding to start a health data analytics program. And as far as I can tell, that program still doesn't exist. So there was a symposium on health data analytics in December 2024 at SMU, but there is no program. And so, it is a very good question. What's happening with the money? Are they able to establish that program? What's happening with the interest? Those are the types of decisions and information that we need to have. But I would argue that they reflect just as much on this government as on any institution. And, and I think that history is really important, that in the face of an incredibly challenging period of COVID, inflation, supply chain management, which of course would affect a lot of folks in terms of research, supplies and that sort of thing, we were also just kind of letting one of our most valuable resources kind of linger. And I'm just going to reach for something else I wanted to refer to. One of the things that I think is interesting is that when you look at productivity in Nova Scotia, we have a productivity problem, and I'll talk about that later. But one of the sectors where it's growing, like the sector that shows the promise, is actually the knowledge economy, of which I would suggest the NSCC and all of our universities have an important piece of. And so we have for sure, and I'll table, yes, here I found the. It says the title of the slide from the Conference Board of Canada is entitled Nova Scotia's Knowledge Economy Takes Flight. And this was presented at the Chamber of Commerce productivity session last week. And so I would argue that at this point, this is not the sector that we should be leaving in really uncertain straits. And I think that we heard lots from students, we heard lots from faculty, and there are many administrators who are very concerned. But of course, this is like, a really important, they're trying to manage a relationship. I also did want to reiterate my concerns about the impact on research funding. So at the end of the day, honestly, Research Nova Scotia is a relatively small funder in the larger funding ecosystem for research in Canada. And I would say thank goodness, because in no way, shape, or form should decisions about research be based on the decisions of the minister. That is not appropriate. They currently have a board of governors that includes folks in the private sector who are monetizing research. It includes presidents of universities. It includes researchers. And then they have a research advisory council. And this is all in the context of what I've tried to share with folks today or previously around how research is created and funded and why that is so important, because we want research that has impact, we want research that's safe, we want research that doesn't harm people, and to suggest that the minister should determine the conditions for granting is completely upset, frankly, with the rest of the world, and completely irresponsible. So that's certainly, and I guess we're fear-mongering when we're repeating, what we've heard from dozens of folks involved in universities about not being able to attract the right scholars and that sort of thing, because they won't want to come to an environment like this. But this is very real. We already in Nova Scotia when you're looking for a postdoc to try and get a Canada Research Chair and then fill it, when you're trying to fill chairs of programs, we actually are at a disadvantage in Nova Scotia for a number of reasons. One is cost of living, and you know, this only for researchers at that level who are looking around the world. Where can I go make a real impact? Where do I want to settle down, build a lab, make a difference, figure out battery storage, think about you know, other issues in healthcare, that sort of thing. This is not going to be the environment that attracts people. And as I said before, so I worry about that because I know that from tip to tip between our universities and NSCC campuses, our post-secondary sector really holds down this province in terms of stabilizing rural economies, regional economies, and really providing us with that ability to think about who can we attract to this province and maybe charm them into staying after they completed their studies. I know that there seems to be this continuing persistent myth that our population is growing in Nova Scotia, when in fact our population growth has tanked, just to let everybody know. So in March 19th, 2025, from the Nova Scotia Department of Finance, the Daily Stats Review, if you look at the last quarter of 2024, so first of all, lots of growth has decreased across the country, but whereas Canada has a 0.15% growth rate, Alberta has a 0.58% growth rate, we have a negative 0.005% growth rate. So we've actually dropped below the line. We are no longer growing. In fact, it shows a net decrease of 49 people in that quarter. And I think that this is a step that is not going to do anything to attract new students and new scholars to Nova Scotia. And that is a pity, and that will be to our detriment here in this province. Thank you.
If I am to recognize the Honourable Minister of Advanced Education, it will be to close debate on third reading. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Advanced Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm going to close debate, but I just want to say, listening intently to everything everyone's saying here, including the individuals that may not necessarily agree, I will say that, you know what, Madam Speaker? I just want to assure the universities and our post-secondary institutions that they're valued, and we'll continue to work with them on the regulations, and we'll continue to work on them on their unique abilities and what they bring to Nova Scotia. And we will continue to see them as a partner in the economy, in the producing and educating our children to be some of the best in the entire world. So with that, I will close third debate on Bill number 12.
The motion is for third reading on Bill 12, Advanced Education and Research. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried.
Bill 12, an act respecting advanced education and research.
Ordered that the bill do pass and that the title be read by the clerk, as read by the clerk. Ordered that the bill be engrossed. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, can you please call Bill number 21, Justice Administration Amendment 2025?
Bill 21, Justice Administration Amendment. I recognize the Honourable Minister, Seniors Long-Term Care, who is acting on behalf of the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that Bill number 21, the Justice Administration Amendment Act, be given third reading. Thank you, Speaker. I rise today to speak in support of Bill number 21, the Justice Administration Amendment 2025 Act. This legislation is a reflection of government's commitment to making sure that our laws are serving and keeping pace with the needs of Nova Scotians. The Justice Administration Act amends and modernizes 4 pieces of legislation. Number 1, the Power of Attorney Act, which will be modernized to better clarify roles and responsibilities. Number 2, the Adult Capacity and Decision-Making Act, to improve the application process and reduce financial hardship for those making application while increasing safeguards. Number 3, the Provincial Court Act, which will be amended to repeal the Family Court Act to reflect that family law matters are now heard in the Unified Family Court, and to clarify the composition of Judicial Council and the authority of the Provincial Court Chief Judge. And number 4, the Interpretation Act, which will allow for outdated legislation to be repealed if it hasn't been proclaimed within 10 or more years, while adding a process for that legislation to be retained if it is still needed. Madam Speaker, we certainly appreciate greatly the feedback that Nova Scotians have provided on these proposed amendments. We value their time and their perspectives, which always serve to make our democratic process and the laws we make better and stronger. I want to speak specifically to feedback we received from the Soller and Giffen families on the Interpretation Act and their concerns about how these amendments would impact the Security and Investigative Services Act, which has remained unproclaimed for the past 15 years. We appreciate and are deeply inspired by these families' courage. Our government has taken action to improve the training and criminal record checks in cabarets and responsible service training in all licensed establishments in 2024. We are looking forward to conversations with these families to identify more opportunities to improve safety in licensed establishments. The amendments to the Interpretation Act do not change that. I would also like to remind members that the process for repealing bills allows for an entire year of consideration before any bill is repealed. Under the amendments, the first list of outdated legislation will be delivered to the Minister of Justice in early 2026 and gets tabled at the first sitting of the legislature. And this information will be available to the public. Automatic repeal would not happen until the end of 2026. It is also important to know that the repeal timeline can be extended, allowing for further consideration of any bill. The amendments provide 2 straightforward options for extending the repeal timeline for another 3 years: a motion in the House or through an order in Council. Madam Speaker, the amendments within Bill 21 are impactful amendments that improve clarity and access to justice services while ensuring that these laws keep pace with the needs of Nova Scotians. And I look forward to hearing comments from other members. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I appreciate the minister's comments. They are quite helpful in understanding this bill. I understand that it is mostly a housekeeping bill, but as the minister referenced, there was some quite powerful presentations that we have in fact heard before in this House at the introduction of some bills in the past sessions around, in particular, the Security and Investigative Services Act. Before I get to that, my understanding is that the provisions in the other 3 bills seem to make a fair amount of sense. In fact, I think some of the changes to the Adult Capacity and Decision-Making Act remind me of how long I've been a member, because I think they were some that I suggested as amendments the last time that bill came around, so thank you. But when it comes to the Interpretation Act, I appreciate the minister's comments. I'm not sure we can really say that when things are tabled, that gives the public a full view of what's coming forward. I think it's clear that there's some challenges with information in our ecosystem right now. And I think one of the things that certainly presenters and the opposition have been trying to press is the idea that while there is a legitimate need for housekeeping, and to get rid of, or to sort of clean up the books, as it were. Some of the statutes we're talking about are quite old. We also need to be quite careful about that, because these were bills that were debated and passed on the floor of this House. And so, tonight we're sitting here, 3rd reading, getting through the debates on many pieces of legislation that people care about, that many people came out to talk about. So there's something uncomfortable for us, I think, about the idea that we would spend all of this time making law and then it could essentially disappear. So what we've been arguing for is a more robust process. There are hundreds and hundreds of bills that would fall into this category, some old and probably not very contentious. I'm looking through a list. I don't know what the Canso Causeway Act is, 1989, but maybe the members want to look into it. I mean, this would be a fun exploration for somebody. I can table all these bills if people want to look through. But this is why I asked the question. Like, there's lots of legislation in here, and I don't really know what it is. We don't really know what it is. But when it comes to the Security and Investigative Services Act, I think the testimony of the families who came forward is instructive in two ways. One, on that piece of legislation in particular, but two, because it's a perfect example of how something that might seem innocuous in its title, or that might have sat there for 15 years, is in fact a problem that hasn't been addressed. And so I do want to take issue with the idea that the issue that these families came forward to speak about has been addressed, because I think they said very clearly that it has not been addressed. So while I understand that the requirements that would have been set out in that bill are addressed in cabarets, they are not addressed in bars. And there are very few cabarets, and there are very, very many bars where very, very many people drink lots of alcohol in our province, and where there are fights. We're a port city. This is part of the unfortunate reality of what happens in downtown Halifax sometimes. And the reality is that there are two young men who lost their lives. And this bill, the Security and Investigative Services Act, is the thing that these families and that many other advocates have told us could have stopped that loss of life. And so I would just urge the government going forward and the Minister of Justice to actually take a look at instituting those same criminal records checks and trainings in bars that have been instituted in cabarets. It's a very straightforward request. I suspect it would it would be costly and maybe even, you might say, burdensome for some bar owners. Maybe there's a way that government could act to defray and simplify that. But this is a very straightforward ask from families who have lost a loved one and are coming forward to this body, asking them to make sure that another life is not lost. And so aside from this act, I think it's very important that we make that point here. But again, if these families hadn't come forward, if they hadn't have found out only through the second tragedy that the bill had never been proclaimed, we wouldn't be talking about it here. Because when we looked at this big long list of bills, which I'll table, we might not have known what Security and Investigative Services Act is. In fact, when the Globe and Mail started reporting on this some years ago, we didn't. I didn't. So I want to again ask that we listen to those presenters, that we find a more robust way of bringing forward that legislation. And so if that legislation will be tabled in a timely manner, and there will be a delay between the tabling of that and the time that the legislation is actually repealed, and if there will be some process in that period for discussion or debate or a petitioning of government, I would ask that the regulations make that clear. I would ask that government share that information so that we don't have another situation like the one that these families were kind enough to come and share with us. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm only going to take a moment. just to talk about the bill. And I do want to say is that, in all the years I've had the privilege of being here, some of the testimony that we heard on this bill was some of the most passionate and emotional and really raised an important point about bills that haven't been proclaimed. And, we've had a lengthy discussion, and I do want to thank the families that have come forward and presented such a passionate response to what the government was trying to do here. I do hope that we can get a bill to the floor as soon as possible to honor the advocacy of these families and what they've been through. So I want to start off by saying that, and again, thank the families for coming in. As I said, that was some of the most emotional testimonials that I've ever seen in any form of feedback from the public. I did check that was I believe that was the construction of the Cancel Causeway. I think CN was involved. Anyway, I got to do more homework on it. But anyway, I Googled it. Sent you. It wasn't to remove it. It wasn't to remove it. It was to build it, which is a whole other history. But I joke about it. But there are some important bills that have been passed that a lot of work have gone into. When you look at coastal protection and you look at some of the more recent bills. Sorry? The Traffic Safety Act is another one, Madam Speaker. And the government has actually repealed bills within the legislation around petroleum and around there was the Petroleum Act, and then there was, I'm sorry, I don't have it in front of me, the Offshore Petroleum Resources Act and the Oil and Gas Operations Act. So we just don't think that this is necessary in a lot of cases. I think that the government will make the argument that there are bills that are there for decades and decades and decades. But I think for us, we never felt that the legislation was necessary. Bills that are passed reflect the will of the legislature and should be respected. And we think that this is anti-democratic. So I won't say too much more than that. We don't support the bill. But I think it was important, and we all have said it in here, whether you support this bill or not, that family coming forward and telling their story is pretty powerful. We debate a lot of issues in here. We don't get along on everything. We get along on some things, but there are moments when we're here when conversations get emotional and they matter, and people from around the province will come in and tell their own story, and sometimes those are stories of tragedy, which this was. So I rise in my place to recognize that family, and I hope that we can all help out to ensure that we can get that bill done. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you very much. I don't have very much more to say. I think my colleagues have done a great job with that. What I will say is just having been at public bills when the two family members had come to speak, it really was truly tragic. It was really raw emotions that they were feeling as they were explaining how this impacted them and their families, and how not having this act proclaimed is going to continue to negatively impact folks. And then to see members of the government sit there and just vote for it to go back unamended right in front of them was heartbreaking. And then when I stepped outside to see if I could, have a moment to speak with the families, I saw members of the government outside with the families, shaking hands, and it hurts me to say it was very performative empathy. You had just they had just voted for it to go back and this not be addressed, to do that in front of the families and to go out to the families and shake their hands and pretend to feel bad was really heartbreaking to watch, particularly as, again, they were showing some real raw emotions as they were talking about this. And so I wanted to relay that experience. And again, just taking into account too that there was a process by which all of these acts were brought forward. They went through all of the processes, all the things that we're doing now. They went through all of that. And for now, for it to just be repealed without, automatically repealed after 10 years without any additional discussions by the members that are present in the House, because very likely it's, it could be different members. So, why not open the floor to discuss that? I think again, talking about the values of democracy, that's what it's all about, to be able to be here to talk, representing the people. Just one final note I wanted to make is that I had went and did some digging to find out how many unproclaimed laws there are. Just from 2008, I was thinking, should I go 10 years? Should I go 15 years? What number of years should I do? And when I said 15 years, just because it was a nice even number, in my head, I was like, actually, this government seems to be really interested for some reason in what the previous NDP government did. So let me just add one more year to make sure I get everything at the end that the NDP government did, because apparently we need to keep talking about it in this House now, 16 years later. So I got to letter P, and there were 96 unproclaimed laws, and I only got to P. I think that's halfway through the alphabet, I'm not sure. But I only got to P, and there was 96 of them. 96 that are unproclaimed, and by passing this bill will automatically be repealed. I don't think I have much more to say. Thank you, Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to speak on third reading of Bill 21, an act to amend various acts respecting administration of justice. Again, we have another omnibus bill that's amending 7 pieces of legislation. So it takes a while to get through each one of those 7 bills to understand what changes were being proposed. I'll just do a quick overview of our thoughts for representing the people of Cumberland North on Bill 21. It's a bill that touches on several important areas of our legal and judicial framework. While this in many ways is a housekeeping bill, it is not without consequence and deserves thoughtful attention. I'm not a lawyer, but I'll give it my best shot here in third reading. First, the bill makes amendments to the Adult Capacity and Decision-Making Act. It now requires the public trustee to be named as a respondent in all applications involving adult capacity. And this is a sensible change that reinforces the public trustee's critical role while protecting vulnerable adults. And we all know that how important that is in our work as MLAs. When decisions are being made about whether an individual is capable of managing their affairs, the involvement of a public trustee will help ensure those decisions are made properly and properly scrutinized, and that the rights and interests of those adults are protected. So that is a positive change. The bill also clarifies the rules around notice of applications, ensuring that notices are sent by ordinary mail must be mailed out on or before the date of service. Again, small but important clarification that contributes to fairness and reliability of the processes, so positive. Secondly, the bill addresses bonding requirements for trustees and guardians. It mandates the Supreme Court must consider specific factors when deciding whether to waive or reduce a bond, and gives the Governor and Council the authority to define those factors through regulation. Bonds are a safeguard against potential mismanagement of someone's financial affairs, and gives the court a clear framework for when and how they can waive can be waived introduces more consistency into what often are deeply personal and complex cases. However, Madam Speaker, I do hope the government will consult widely when developing the regulations. There is a balance to be struck between protecting individuals and avoiding unnecessary burdens on families who are acting in good faith. Third, and perhaps most significantly, this bill formally dissolves the family court and transfers its jurisdiction to the Supreme Court of Nova Scotia Family Division. And this is a structural change that reflects what has already happened in practice, particularly in areas like Halifax and Cape Breton, where the Family Division of the Supreme Court has been operating for years. That said, Madam Speaker, this marks the end of an institution that has served families across Nova Scotia for decades. And I want to acknowledge the many judges, clerks, and staff who have dedicated themselves to making family court a place where families could be heard, supported, and guided here in Nova Scotia, often through some of the most difficult periods in their lives. The bill rightly ensures that all existing orders made by family court judges remain valid, and that's an important assurance for families relying on those decisions, and that is something that I support. Fourth, I would say the most controversial part of the bill, and other members have spoken at length about this, is that the bill introduces a new mechanism for an automatic repeal of unproclaimed legislation after 10 years. There were a few amendments proposed in Committee of the Whole that were not accepted. Unfortunately, I do believe that before a bill is repealed, that all legislators here in this House, all 55 of us, should be made aware of what those bills are and the contents of those bills, considering all of the work that would have been done to pass those bills here in the legislature. And I agree with the leader of the official opposition. It feels very uncomfortable to be passing a bill that just eliminates hundreds, if not thousands, of hours of work from previous legislators here in this House of Assembly. It doesn't feel right. It doesn't feel very respectful of all those who came before us. Finally, the bill updates the Power of Attorneys Act, and those changes are long overdue. And with those few words, Madam Speaker, I will take my seat and support Bill 21. Thank you.
If I am to recognize the Honourable Minister of Seniors and Long-Term Care, Acting Justice Minister, it is to close debate on third reading. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Seniors and Long-Term Care.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank all of the members who spoke to this bill. I rise to close debate on Bill number 21.
The motion is for third reading of Bill 21, Justice Administration Amendment. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye. Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. I recognize clerk.
Bill 21, an act respecting the administration of justice.
Ordered that the bill do pass and the title be as read by the clerk. Ordered that the bill be engrossed. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Could you please call Bill number 36, Free Trade and Mobility Within Canada Act?
Bill 36, Free Trade and Mobility Within Canada Act. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance and Treasury Board.
Madam Speaker, I move that Bill number 36, an act respecting free trade and mobility within Canada, be now read a third time. I look forward to hearing my colleagues, and we'll have some few comments after I've heard them. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'll rise to say a few words. The Premier certainly had a lot to say about this bill at second reading, and I think we had a pretty fulsome debate at that point. I think it's fair to say that we're all supportive of a Canada First approach at this moment in time in particular, and of a Nova Scotia First approach. And we understand that our economy depends on the economy of Canada as a whole, and that we need to find a way to lower the barriers and increase the economic activity from east to west and west to east and north in our country. And so to the extent that this bill aims to tackle that, we look forward to seeing how it plays out. We understand that it requires mirror legislation in other constituencies, and so we'll see what happens. But certainly I know there have been some positive signals federally and in other jurisdictions. I would be remiss if I didn't bring up the gap that was in this bill when it was introduced, which was around labor mobility and professional bodies and regulated bodies. And in this case in particular, I would say we were disappointed that our amendment, which would have allowed regulated professions with their own interprovincial mobility regimes to be exempted from the Act in the way that the professions covered by the Patient Access to Care Act were exempted from the Act, it would have made it a much better bill. And so I'm thinking in particular of the legal profession, but also others. Nonetheless, you know, again, we heard from the professional regulators who have made it a practice, certainly during this government's tenure, to come in full force to committee when this government doesn't get it quite right. They did that, and the amendments went a long way to solving the challenges that they brought up around labor mobility. And so again, I think it's a good stake in the ground. It's a good opportunity to call on our friends and neighbors from coast to coast to coast to join us and to help us join together against the challenges that we're facing, certainly south of the border, but as we enter a more protectionist trade environment globally, acknowledging that you know, we have great friends with whom it is very difficult to do business at the moment. So hopefully this bill will go some way to achieving that, and we will support this bill. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I too will be supporting the bill. I think it's good to see further reductions in our interprovincial trade and the way we move goods and services across our country, and this is the moment that we can certainly push other provinces to do the same. So as earlier in the session, we did table a bill as well for a free trade zone in Atlantic, and I want to acknowledge the New Brunswick Premier for bringing forward the bill or the idea for a full free trade zone in Atlantic Canada, and I think her argument is certainly a good one, that we can actually move a lot quicker to have true collaboration. We've shown that in the pandemic with the Atlantic bubble operating here and the way the Atlantic Lottery Corporation works, and I certainly think that there's many other ways that the Atlantic region can operate as one unit. I spoke of that before since I've been elected in the House, those opportunities, but we have been down this path for a number of years, looking at mobilizations for the apprenticeships, and that started as well as an Atlantic project, which we were able to bring to other provinces like Alberta, and it shows that you can move very quickly as an Atlantic unit. But even having said that, there already are challenges being brought up by Newfoundland in protecting their fisheries system there. And so, as you can imagine, to try to get the whole country in agreement with what we're trying to achieve here collectively will be very challenging when we're already seeing challenges out of a nearby province like Newfoundland that has a similar type of economy as we do. But there actually is over 10 reconciliation agreements signed back in 2018-19 for our alcohol, for business registration, for occupational health and safety, for transportation, agriculture, aquaculture, and those were some areas that were ready to go. And I certainly want to credit former Premier Steve McNeil for having a passion on taking down these barriers, and there was a lot of good work that started in terms of our regulatory reductions that we did in the province and made it Atlantic-wide, and then even HRM was looking at that with our Regulatory Affairs Department, as it was named at the time. And I will say that when we dismantle these barriers, if you look at the data, it benefits provinces that are generally a little bit smaller if you look at it, disproportionately. So we will be actually gaining our GDP more because we are a smaller province. I will say, though, there are areas that the province has not moved as of late to harmonize things. Like just today, we saw the fire code adopted from 2020. So that took some years for this province, and there was 3 other provinces that came to the table much sooner. Similarly, with the national building codes, that was a discussion last year where we asked the province to adopt the national building code. We were one of the last provinces to come on board to have that uniform, harmonized building code across the country. So definitely we'll be supporting it. I do want to commend the Premier for taking this action. I think it's really important right now, and for seizing the moment. I certainly appreciate that. So thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I stand in support of this bill, but I want to speak about it for a few minutes because I do believe that we need more than what this bill is proposing. We've seen a lot of communication, promotion of this bill, but we see on one hand saying Nova Scotia is open for business, but then our actions actually speak differently. So even in this session, the government is proposing an increase in the non-resident deed transfer tax, which is in complete contradiction to what this bill is saying. This bill is saying, let's remove barriers here in Nova Scotia, across the country. Let's make sure we take advantage of all of our resources in Canada. Let's open up, remove interprovincial barriers, but then we're actually putting up a wall saying Nova Scotia is not open for business by increasing the Nova Scotia non-resident deed transfer tax. We'll be the only province in Canada with this. So it's contradictory, Madam Speaker. You can't say one thing but actually do another. And I don't think a lot of Nova Scotians realize what is in the Financial Measures Act. And it will hurt business. It will hurt real estate sales, and which will trickle down into another effect. So it is contradictory to this bill, Bill 36. And so I do think that we need to be looking at, yes, promoting this bill, pass this bill, promote it, but also do more here in Nova Scotia to actually remove those barriers. Another example is the procurement bill that was passed last year, Bill, I think it's 471, which gives preferential treatment to Nova Scotia businesses. So you could have a business in Cumberland County or a work that needs to be done. You could have a business just 10 minutes away in Sackville, New Brunswick, who could do the work, but a company from Yarmouth or Cape Breton would be awarded it. So that bill actually contradicts Bill 36. So are we willing as a government, as a province, to make changes that are needed to fall in line with the spirit of Bill 36? So that it's not just words. And I too, like the MLA that spoke before me, was so encouraged to see Premier Susan Holt's announcement this weekend where she is promoting free trade within Atlantic Canada. And I think that's a great place to start. And it's very, very doable. And I have tabled bills here in this legislature in previous sessions requesting the government to do just that. I had tabled a bill around a strategy for healthcare, for health services, removing all the regulatory barriers for healthcare here in Atlantic Canada, trying to request the government to create a clinical health services plan for all of Atlantic Canada, and even start between Nova Scotia and New Brunswick. You know, Madam Speaker, I recently had a family. Just think about this. And this is in the spirit of this bill and barriers that we see. Had a family have a baby very, very early, like 4 months early. Baby was in the NICU for several months in Moncton, because it was a Cumberland County family. And when they were discharged, they were told, and you can imagine, those of us in the room that are mothers and fathers, can imagine the relationship and trust that you would build with the NICU doctors and nurses and that team going through that. And they were told upon discharge that they could no longer go to Moncton, that Nova Scotia, I don't know who in the department, but someone told them that they were only allowed to receive care in Nova Scotia, that they could not continue with the care in Moncton, in New Brunswick, which actually violates the Canada Health Act. But here's a family told that they cannot go across the border to receive their health care. It has to happen. So, you know, fully acknowledging the care and the professionals at IWK are incredible. So not to diminish those, but this family were in a very vulnerable position and had developed those strong bonds and relationships and trust with healthcare professionals only 4 minutes away, but in another province, and our government is putting up barriers for them to be able to continue accessing care there. So there's so much work that can be done by our government. So while I support this bill, I'd love to see a more willingness of this government to actually work on a day-to-day basis with our neighboring provinces. And again, I'm going to bring up, again, the Nova Scotia Student Loan Forgiveness Program. We have nurses living in Nova Scotia, working in Nova Scotia, but went to a school to get their nursing degree, either online outside of Nova Scotia or physically next door in New Brunswick, and are told they don't qualify for the Nova Scotia Student Loan Forgiveness Program. It's a barrier. It's a barrier. So I do believe that we need to be taking more direct action. Public Works is another one. There's so many barriers. We see it again right in our border community, where not that long ago I had a businessman. He bought a tow truck that was legal in another province in Canada, and when he came here, brought it, when he purchased it like at an auction or something, and when he brought it here, he was told, oh, that actually isn't legal in Nova Scotia, despite it being legal in another Canadian province. And he lost a ton of money. He had to completely revamp and remodel this tow truck to meet the Nova Scotia guidelines. So that's just one example of many through our public works. So once this bill passes, what are the processes that's going to be in place to actually get our provinces working together to remove some of these barriers? And I don't think that, I haven't heard that being discussed, but really what I would love to see is a interprovincial barrier person assigned in each government department to take a look at, in each department, what are the barriers that can be removed and worked on, and that person in each department would be requested to meet and have conversations with other Canadian provinces, and let's start with New Brunswick, which we're connected with. And that would help a lot of Nova Scotians, not just the ones that I represent in Cumberland North, but the ones in Cumberland South, and other businesses and residents throughout all of Nova Scotia would feel that. So let's start, and let's start with a meeting with Susan Holt, with Premier Holt next door in New Brunswick, who also wants to see the same thing. So we need action. We need action. Another example that I believe is low-hanging fruit is around meat inspection. So each province has provincial meat inspection, and they're not allowed to, meat that's inspected in New Brunswick is not allowed to be sold and come across the border here in Nova Scotia, and vice versa. So if meat is provincially inspected in Nova Scotia, it's not allowed to be sold and cross the border into New Brunswick or any other provincial province. And you know, I had a business in our area that wasn't aware of that, and for years had been purchasing a certain product that had some meat in it. And along came an inspector, and that person lost thousands of dollars. They were told they had to immediately get rid of in the garbage, thousands of dollars. And I can tell you, I mean, I know that the laws are put in place to protect us, but if it's good enough for New Brunswickers, why is it not good enough for us here in Nova Scotia? And there are, you know, there's one example where who is actually going to work on that? Is there someone in the department, I believe it's under environment that the inspectors are in. Is there someone in that department that's going to work on that and work with our New Brunswick colleagues and other provinces to look at that specific item. So that would be my suggestion, Madam Speaker, is that every department have identified someone who is responsible, an interprovincial barrier officer, we could call them, somebody that's responsible for looking at what are the barriers and then working with our other provinces. Let's start with New Brunswick, and certainly I will just say I know unfortunately too well the effects of interprovincial barriers in my community. It was obviously devastating during the pandemic, and I know everyone in this province felt it, but no one felt it like the people that lived in our border community. I often compared it to, can you imagine if there was a barrier between Halifax and Dartmouth, how long people would have put up with that, not being able to cross over for health care or jobs or anything like that. I had a woman not too long ago tell me that she said that her husband was approved to go to work in New Brunswick during the pandemic, but she wasn't. So she crossed the border every day in the trunk of her husband's car so that she could go to work. She did that for about 17 months. Can you imagine? Yeah. The stories are just unbelievable, but I'm sharing that as an example of the degree of the interprovincial barrier that was in place during the pandemic. It was pretty crazy. So anyway, I do support this bill, but I would love to see more consistency from the Premier and from the government, because on one hand, you're saying Nova Scotia is open for business, and on the other hand, the government is putting up a wall and putting up new barriers with the non-resident property deed transfer tax. It's already higher than any other Canadian province at 5%. Why are we increasing it? We should, if anything, in following in line with Bill 36, we should be decreasing it and putting it back to what it is. And also removing the Cobequid Pass tolls for other Canadian residents. You know, why are we going to leave that in place? Is the Premier going to remove that too? So those are just a few comments on Bill 36, and I will be supporting the bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm literally going to take about 3 minutes, but I just want to make this point. As my colleague from Timberlea Prospect said, we support the bill. We do also feel that building out from starting in Atlantic Canada and building out is good. I think that's not a bad thing. I think there's been some disagreement on that aspect, but we've seen it work in the past, and we all know that the plan is to be, and break down barriers right across country. But I just reiterate again, one of the things we need to be talking about in this discussion as we go forward is infrastructure in this province. How are we going to get product from Nova Scotia across to other jurisdictions? Rail's going to play a big part in that. Our airports are going to play a big part in that. As everyone is saying, we're going to be doing business differently, so I just wanted to get on my feet again, just because we've been talking about this a little bit in this caucus. Interprovincial trade is key. I support the government in their initiatives to do that. But as we do that, and you hear the federal, you hear during the federal election, it's been mentioned a few times about we need to build infrastructure, we need to build infrastructure, we need to build infrastructure. Is coming from multiple candidates, whether it's pipelines or whatever. What I look at is the opportunity for this province is that if a mine opens or if something happens and if you find out you have deposits, you've got to get it to port. And right now there are certain parts of the province that don't have that capacity if we're into mining, if we're into something else. So I just want to reiterate that we support the bill, but a big conversation, a big thing the government is going to need to look at if there's going to be major federal infrastructure dollars to help support interprovincial trade. We have rail that needs help, we have ports that need help, we have airports that need help, and we got to make sure we think about that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
If I am to recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance and Treasury, it will be to close debate on third reading. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance and Treasury Board.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do want to say just very few words. One is I do want to acknowledge the leadership of our Premier on this. This is leadership that's been seen at a national level, and kudos to the Premier on seeing the necessity of this and pushing it. We know that we're in unprecedented times with the challenge of tariffs from our #1 trading partner. the United States. This is causing us to look at everything that we're doing in a new light and react to that. We realize that interprovincial trade barrier reduction could be an incredible boost to our own economy. We need to do a better job of doing business with each other. These barriers are various. They've arisen over the last 125, 150 years, really, individually. So this bill is meant to be enacted with provinces that reciprocate and do that. It's my personal belief that all of our provinces will get on board at some point. I believe our federal government will get on board, and we will be working towards this direction to do a better job of doing business with each other in all the many ways that we can, and it will benefit our economy to the tune of billions of dollars. With that, Madam Speaker, I move to close reading on Bill number 36, third reading. Thank you.
The motion is for third reading of Bill 36, Free Trade and Mobility Within Canada Act. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried.
Bill 36, an act respecting free trade and mobility within Canada.
Ordered that the bill do pass and the title be as read by the clerk. Ordered that the bill be engrossed. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before I call Bill number 36, my son Oliver's watching on TV, and I just want to say I love you. And how many 12-year-olds are actually watching on TV and say, oh, there's Claudia, there's Ian. Sorry for saying the names, but Madam Speaker, go to bed soon, Oliver, I love you. Will you please call Bill number 68, the financial measures 2025?
I'm going to let you go on that on account of the people you named actually smiled. So Bill 68, Financial Measures Act. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance and Treasury.
Madam Speaker, I move third reading on Bill number 68, and I will take I do have some prepared remarks. I will give those after I've heard from my colleagues in the House. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Throughout this discussion, both even through the estimates debate, the consideration of the appropriations bill, the consideration of this bill, I think one of the questions that, that I've been asking is this the right budget for now? Now, I will acknowledge that everyone's actually asking that as province after province tables their budget. We are in a time of incredible amounts of uncertainty. And perhaps members will recall earlier in the session when I tabled some information, some quotes around the fact that this is not going to be like a shock.
I'm sorry,
Yeah.
Someone's phone is on. I keep hearing a dinging. Please, I ask that they turn it off. Oh, see, I told you, I wasn't hearing things. I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Thank you very much. So as I was saying, what we're not facing is a shock like COVID. What we're actually facing is potentially a fundamental reset and restructuring of the economy. And so, I think, we've spent a lot of time during this session talking about what we would recommend in terms of some of the changes in terms of expenditures. I guess the FMA gives us a chance to sort of look at also revenue and how realistic those calculations are. So just to speak specifically to the specific tax measures, the small business tax cut, I think is one that we can all recognize could be helpful. But what we're really thinking about is what are the direct supports available for different industries? And if we harken back to 2020 and 2021, we did have very specific supports around getting businesses online, information provided, to folks. So, whether it was the Halifax Chamber of Commerce or others, bringing together people on a weekly basis to really consider what was happening. And we have called for that type of information exchange. I also understand there was a roundtable with the leaders of the parties at the time, and we've called for a roundtable like that in Nova Scotia to face this tariff crisis and trade war. We've called on the government to have, regular roundtables and communications like we see in other provinces. So, if you look at Newfoundland, they have a variety of sector-specific roundtables that are considering the questions around tariffs. In other provinces, we see labor engaged, as well as political leaders and business leaders. And, I think we would continue to argue that this is the type of support that we need to establish, and that we should be doing to make sure that we're really ready to respond quickly to the impact of tariffs, especially on small business. And, I think one of the things I tabled from the Governor of the Bank of Canada also talked about the fact that given that this is not just a shock, that this is a fundamental restructuring, but we've actually just recently had a shock, that the actual, what's available to help businesses with becomes much more specific and targeted. So we did provide an enormous amount of support during COVID to businesses to help people get online, for instance. So essentially, a lot of that's happened. So, you're looking at much more specific actions to support small businesses. I've spoken about the HST cut. So, I have, as noted, as determined during estimates debate with the minister, that the actual annual impact for lower income families is pretty limited, what the effect of that's going to be. So I think the estimate was $339 a year. And that could make a difference if we had other protections in place for Nova Scotians. So again, having come through COVID, we lived through a time where we are showing time and time again that in times of crisis, the market would indeed actually do what it can to maximize profit. So, I think above and beyond anything around supply chain issues or that sort of thing, issues around greedflation and shrinkflation are very real now, and we've proven that. There have been, in fact, there's developing case law around this. So one of my questions for the minister has been, how can Nova Scotians be protected? How can Nova Scotians be protected so that this 1% actually makes a difference for Nova Scotians? My concern is that businesses are going to see, acknowledge that there's a tax cut and just their prices are actually going to raise to fill that small amount of savings. But I think we could do things to better protect Nova Scotians. Again, on the non-resident de-transfer tax, as I mentioned, I believe, late last week, it's a really nominal amount of estimated revenue, and we also think it's completely inconsistent with Bill 36 that we just passed. So we're talking about a Team Canada approach, except that if you wanted to buy property with an intent to be here part-time, full-time, whatever the case may be, it's out of sync with all other provinces, so I will be interested to see if other provinces, in fact, pick that up as an issue. So when they're engaging in discussions with us about interprovincial trade and barriers, I hope that people raise it and say, Nova Scotia, for the sake of a really small amount of money, why have you put this very symbolic barrier in place? I think in terms of considering some of the other issues, I'm actually greatly concerned about the budget projections and the fiscal planning profile in this budget. I will say I feel like this government has done us over here a great favor in dispelling between 2021 and 2024 any myths that people held about progressive conservatives being fiscally prudent. And so I really am quite grateful for that. But we had unprecedented growth, was jobless growth. So it was based on actually building off of the inflation crisis, right? So inflation crisis, increased taxes. So, we did nothing to actually add to the economy. And I know there's been some comments by members about how we never talked about economic development. And maybe this is the best time to table this, but I did take some time to look through and gather dozens of Hansard debates where it's been noted that I did, in fact, ask for an economic development plan from this government. I know the member from Clayton Park West particular was, concerned that we never talked about it. The member for Richmond, that we had never mentioned, economic development in this province. So just perhaps a couple of quotes I might share with folks. So this is from March 24th, 2023. I want to turn now to the topic of, this is me talk, I'm quoting myself. It's so brilliant, we're gonna revisit it. I want to turn now to the topic of economic development. In the face of massive economic upheaval during the pandemic, many provinces mapped out economic recovery plans. We still haven't got an economic rural development plan. When Nova Scotians ask for something similar, they are told they can look that this government's direction can be found in their election campaign rather than providing a blueprint with clear actions. So that was that one. Let's find some other, what I might consider quotable quotes. I think I have a couple marked. And then I'm happy to table this all, so if any of the members would like to reference this. So I'll pick up on the theme of economic development. This is from March 21st, 2024. We need to make sure that our economic developments, our skills and labor training respond to equity issues. I've invited ministers to think about current efforts around economic development, labor, skills, and training, and how they are responding to the needs of diverse communities. Anyways, I'm not going to belabor the point. The point is we have been asking about economic development. Nova Scotians have been asking about it. And so we are happy to take up that conversation, but I am worried that the premise of this budget is not the budget that we need to be looking at right now. So as I said, we had unprecedented population growth and unprecedented revenue growth that this government just chose to spend. So billions of dollars, 1.6 billion, 1.3 billion, I think it was 1.3 in the first year, $1 billion over what this legislature ever had a chance to discuss. The Auditor General has been clear that this is a concern. The Auditor General has been clear that we're out of step with all other provinces. We've been clear that, while the 2010 Finance Act was developed under the past NDP government, that honestly, if you learn better, do better. So if we are out of step with every other province, and the Auditor General consistently raises issues about concerns, I think we should address them. I'm not standing on pride that we wrote the best Finance Act in 2010. I think that we know better. When I look at, some of the other provinces, so for instance, the British Columbia government issues a budget paper for public consultation each year by September 15th. And the result of those public consultations are then taken to a legislative standing committee, which meets before the estimates are tabled. And then as well, when they look at things like if the expenditure in their Finance Act, if the expenditure is not provided or is insufficiently provided for and urgently required for the public good, they have provisions so that government can act. But they also do require that it may be a threshold that can't wait for the legislature to consider. Of course, their legislature has a calendar and they meet for many, many more months of the year than we do. So it's pretty easy to, aside from massive emergencies, it's pretty easy to get back to the legislature to talk about what's needed. But as well, the information is then not just tabled in OICs, but is brought back in an additional supply bill to the legislature at the earliest convenience. And all of that's important because, we need to make sure that this is Nova Scotians' money. This is the public purse. I care about getting the most amount of value for money that we can for Nova Scotians out of each dollar that's spent. And each dollar that we spend on one thing is we're not spending it on the other. I mean, this is not a criticism. This is the way that budgeting works. And we all know we still have huge challenges. And I'm sure every one of us could think of projects that even within our own constituencies that we, yes, they're a priority, we also acknowledge there are other province-wide priorities. And so, of course, budgeting is always a balancing act. But we are the legislature, and we do have a role in representing the views of all Nova Scotians. You know, and I think as well, and I know members who've been here before have heard me talk about this, but for the new folks, how additional appropriations are done is that they're issued in orders in council. They can be found online. If you look back at the NDP government, I think we had $50 million one year, $60 million the other. It's quite detailed what they were for. The Liberals, their OICs are quite detailed, in fact, and it's true. Nice job. And we know. So if you look back at their things, you can see exact dollar figures and what the appropriation was for. So there's no question of what it was for. But under this government, if you look back at the additional appropriations tabled, for instance, in each December, it is truly basically a list from which nobody, and I would hazard none of us in here, would be able to understand what was spent. So it's numbers like, you know, education, 12.7 million. You know, you get the idea. I'm not going to belabor the point. But the point is that we're really also, we could say that we're following the Finance Act, but we're pushing it awful far. And then the other thing that's interesting is that I could only find 3 instances of the use of special warrants. So we actually have also a provision in the Finance Act that allows us to respond to urgencies or emergent issues, and they're called special warrants. But they are a little bit more of a detailed process. And so what I would suggest is perhaps all 3 parties have sought to stay on the side of actually just asking for an additional appropriation. Don't worry, it's kind of still the same mandate. And really, we could always argue anything's the same mandate. So I think, you know, accountability is a huge issue. I've talked about also what that means in terms of alternative procurement that's often used for the out-of-budget spending, and whether or not we're really getting public value for money. And so what I would say with all of that is that now, after, you know, again, like I said, thank you so much for dispelling any myths about the fiscal prudence of a progressive conservative government. We're now heading into an incredible period of uncertainty. So I just really want to say it again for people, just make sure people have heard this. Because I've heard many ministers say during the session, we're in a period of unprecedented growth, and we're not, folks. We literally are not anymore. Our population is falling. So our reliance on just getting some more people, getting some tax income and going forward and spending, actually, unless things change radically, and we're falling in radical, out of step with the rest of the country in all provinces. And so again, this information is really easy to find. It's the Nova Scotia Department of Finance. You can get their daily stats emails. Yes, and I know that they love to have increased audiences. And so this was from March 19th, 2025, so last week, and very clearly outlines how we are, in fact, one of 2 provinces that had negative population growth in the last quarter of 2024. So we can't be relying on population growth to help us manage to grow our revenues or help us address our debt. And I think we talked about this before. I really encourage folks to have a look at the fiscal profile in the budget and some of the information about our growing net to debt to GDP ratio. So this is based on estimates, obviously, of from here, what we can see is our current debt. And I would say that part of the challenge with that is we are in this period of great economic uncertainty. So not only could there be other costs that we can't anticipate, but we also need to look at the denominator and really recognize that we actually don't know. We can't rely on a lot of estimates for GDP growth right now. We can't, life is so uncertain. And so, certainly the credit rating agencies have been, bringing forward thus far positive reviews. But I also tabled the reviews of major banks in Canada, which all expressed concern about the budget. I'm just going to take a pause for a minute and see if everything's okay. Well, there was a member just with their head on the desk, and I just wanted to make sure they were fine. I was truly concerned. And so basically, the fiscal plan that we're approving in this budget takes us past, in 4 years, what we have as our goalpost of 40%. So it takes us over the 40% mark. And that's a very serious concern. As well, our projected net debt, is essentially growing at a rapid rate. So again, I would implore all members to familiarize yourselves with the budget document, and in particular, page 7 and page 11, to give you a sense of the concerns around debt that I have. And I know that the member for Timberley Prospect enjoyed a little joke about NDP concern for fiscal prudence, but I'm going to tell you why we care. We care because we've seen this story before. We've seen this story before where governments of other stripes have spent a bunch of money where it hasn't got to the results that we've needed, and then we've hit, surprise, another economic crisis. And so what that leads to is periods of austerity. And so what I'm concerned about is looking at the fact that we have this incredibly uncertain economic future, that the things that have been bearing fruit in the last few years, like population growth, are not guaranteed, and we still have, thousands of people, we still have a housing crisis. We have still thousands of people waiting for public housing. We still have to fight for people to gain access to rent supplements. We know we are not out of the homelessness crisis. In terms of housing prices, this is another interesting bit of information from our fantastic Department of Finance. And this one's a surprise there, folks. This one's worth paying attention to in terms of, again, when we're thinking about population growth, when we're thinking about attracting investment and new residents. So the new housing price index, basically year over year, so from last February to this February, Nova Scotia's new price house index increased by 3.78%. So that probably makes sense if you know what's happening in the communities. However, that greatly outpaced the Canadian average of 0.08% in growth in house prices. Alberta had actually a negative growth in house prices. And the only other province to have any significant growth was Newfoundland at 1.87%. So just, I know it's a lot of numbers. I'm just going to go back over them quickly. If we could have PowerPoint, wouldn't that be better for my financial discussions? The graphs I could show you. But you're just going to take my word for it. Go look at the daily stats report for March 21st, so last Friday. And again, our housing price increases are growing at 3.78% compared to 0.08% Canada-wide. So when folks are looking at where they want to go, establish their families, buy homes, settle, I'm going to say that we're not looking very competitive from that measure. I think that that's really concerning. Like I said, we've seen this story before, like what happens when governments get into debt and then are trying to get out of it, and what that means for social programs. So the first on the hit lines, we will fight that, of course. I think we all need to be concerned that population is not growing anymore. So please don't write any more legislation, or such as changing the Civil Service Act, because there's the belief that we're in some sort of growth period. We're not. I'm sorry, but we're not. And we're also in an incredible period of economic uncertainty. So we don't know whether that's going to right itself very well. I would just suggest, too, that folks have a look at some of the other things that are highlighted by the Auditor General in the 2024 financial report that looks at like the growing cost of contaminated sites in this province, which is growing exponentially, the growing cost of the boat harbor remediation. So this is piled on top of our, we have unmatured debt. We all want the best for Nova Scotia, and we need to pay attention to what this is all telling us. And this is why we are concerned that this is a budget that puts us on a growing debt projection that is unsustainable in a period that is incredibly uncertain. I think that's about all that I have to say about this bill. Everybody's relieved. I know, it's fine. But if anybody wants to come see some graphs and slides over here, actually you have access to all of them on the Auditor General's website in the budget documents. And thank you very much.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney Member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm going to just take a few minutes. We've had a lot to say about the financial measures throughout the course of the House. Just want to make a couple of points. Particularly, we don't support the de-transfer tax. It's one that we don't support as a caucus. We heard from many people across the province, people who are actually developers and builders in the province, saying that it's a detriment to them. We just don't feel it's the right time for this tax, which we've said before that almost acts as a trade barrier, right? We've argued that at length. We've had the stakeholders come in and excuse me, and they've told us, pleaded their case. So I want to be on the record. I know lots of folks in the Real Estate Association and others are paying attention to this. They don't support this. Developers in this province don't support this legislation, and our caucus does not. Just not to sound repetitive for my colleagues, great presentation the member gave, but I will say this. It is true. This government has experienced record revenue and record transfer payments from the federal government and things like childcare, which it was nice to see that the Premier announced 200+ seats in the childcare deal that was so bad for the province today on his Facebook. But the point being is that record transfers have come in from Ottawa. The government has enjoyed them. They've enjoyed record growth, population growth, jobless population growth, because it's just, immigration was a big part of it. We had lots of people move here and invest. The province's population boomed as a result of that. You had record revenues coming in. All at the same time, the economic performance was the worst in North America. Right? So, as I said, jobless growth. So now we're in a situation, as my colleague said, in which was really a light went off for me last week, because you've seen deficit budgets over the years. We're seeing a deficit budget coming forward. They've been able to balance those budgets on unexpected revenue growth and transfers from Ottawa, and now they're going to help balance the budget in this one by using money from a lawsuit regarding smoking. It was said it's going into general revenue. That is not job growth. That is not the economic performance of a government. That is, we have a deficit and we're going to use a long-standing court case against tobacco companies to balance the books. And it was said it was going into general revenue. And I hope that some of that money goes into programming and supports for families, but that light went off for me, is that maybe they knew that that was coming. And maybe that's why they're projecting the deficits that they are. And the government can't deny that, because it was said multiple times that they're taking that money and they're putting it into general revenue. So that will offset the deficit. So it's not about, it wasn't jobs. And as my colleague said, the growth is going to change. You're going to see a big change in the growth, population growth. Some of those revenues are not going to be there. Hopefully the government continues to receive strong support from Ottawa as they move forward on other agreements. But I just want to get that point out there, is that there are aspects of this bill that we do not support. We do not support the size of the deficit that is being projected, and in that's because there's a contingency fund the government has talked about, but it's actually not in the budget. Unless somebody wants to correct me, they will spend up to that. So it's not that we don't support that, but it's not in this budget. But they're going to balance the books off of a tobacco lawsuit. That's ultimately, that's going into general revenue. Said it multiple times in the House by the government, Madam Speaker. Is that a long-standing, over years, people who fought against the tobacco companies, that money's going to general revenue. And that's what's going to offset the deficit. And we hope that the growth is the same. We hope that, that the economy grows. So I said, Madam Speaker, we've been tabling budgets this whole session, trying to provide suggestions as a caucus, positive suggestions to move forward to help grow the economy. We've talked about things that are important around breaking down trade barriers and trying to do whatever we can. That as there are certain things within government that we're not supportive of, that we've talked about in other bills, which I won't get into. This is about the Financial Measures Act, and that comment for me last week just sparked my interest, because it wasn't about going. The government didn't say it was going into programs to combat smoking in schools or tobacco use with minors or anything else. The money was going to general revenue, and when it goes to general revenue, it's used against the debt and the deficit. So we don't. So I want to get that on the record, and I hope that. I hope my projections are wrong. I hope the province grows. I hope that Nova Scotians succeed. That is a massive deficit with a lot of unpredictability. And we all know it's going to be very different than it was for the last number of years. And the government has had a record of magically finding the way to balance the budget in a time of population growth and heavy federal transfers. But that population growth is going to slow, and the government's using tobacco lawsuit to help balance the books.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to speak to Bill 68, the Financial Measures Act. The bill arrives on the heels of a budget projecting a deficit of more than $700 million, close to $1 billion that we're projecting as a deficit here for this province. It's not just a number, Madam Speaker. I believe it's a warning sign. A province with rising costs, increased federal transfers should not be adding hundreds of millions of dollars of new debt with no plan that's shared to restore the balance. And let's be clear, Nova Scotians are not feeling the benefits of the spending. They're feeling the squeeze. Healthcare is still the #1 thing that I hear from my constituents on a daily basis, but I'm also hearing from constituents about the lack of affordability. Life is not affordable for too many Nova Scotians. Families in my area, my constituency, are paying more at the grocery store, at the gas pump, and for electricity. Housing is also increasingly out of reach, and now they're being told by this government that it's making investments, but they're not seeing the investments that make a difference in their day-to-day lives. Madam Speaker, one glaring omission in the budget is the Chignecto Isthmus, the spending. Now, it was announced last week, over $160 million. We applaud the government for making that decision finally. We need to get that work started to protect all Nova Scotians and our infrastructure, but it's not in the budget. That's a lot of money to not actually have it in the budget, no mention of it. So I was assuming that we would see an amendment to the budget based on the announcement last week, but it's not there. So how can a government announce one of the most consequential infrastructure investments in Atlantic Canada and not include it in the financial blueprint for the year ahead? Is this real money, or is it just a press release? Madam Speaker, Bill 68 does take a look at, does make some positive changes And I know myself have been calling for this, as well as my colleagues in opposition. So really pleased to see the increase in basic personal tax exemption, basic personal amount rather. I will add that the Halifax Chamber of Commerce had made a request. They had recommended it to be $15,000. We were the lowest in Canada, which means Nova Scotians are taxed before anyone else in the country. So this increase in BPA is welcome, and good to see that it's also being indexed. Lowering the small business tax rate and increasing the deduction threshold will help some, but businesses are struggling in so many ways, struggling to find staff. And I mentioned this in question period last week, that I have restaurant owners coming to me now every day saying that they're struggling because they don't have enough workers, because the workers are waiting for the government to approve their work visas. And these are staff that have been living here. They're not just people that have just moved here looking for work. They're people that have been working here in Nova Scotia. They have a place to live. They have families to feed. And they cannot work, and they have bills to pay. And it's they're not being given any answers as to what is the holdup of why there are these delays. And I'm not sure if other people, other MLAs are having similar, but it's a real problem in our area. And restaurant owners are telling me that they will be forced to close their business because they don't have enough staff if this, whatever is causing this problem is not fixed quickly. So the lowering of the small business tax rate is welcomed, Madam Speaker, but we need to address the other issues with our small business owners as well. And, you know, eliminating the bridge tolls, I haven't said anything about that, because for years I fought for the tolls to be removed on the Cobequid Pass, which unfairly disadvantaged the people of Cumberland County for almost 3 decades. And so I haven't said much, but I will say I find it really interesting that this bill is about to be passed, it hasn't passed yet, and the tolls are gone. I thought that was interesting. It's like, wait now, the bill hasn't even passed to remove them, but they're gone. So I thought that was interesting. What are we even doing in here? No, I'm just saying, we haven't even passed the bill, and action's been taken as if the bill's passed, is my point. So it just kind of makes a bit of a mockery of what we're doing in here, I guess that's all. I've already spoken about the non-resident D transfer tax jumping to 10%, a huge mistake, huge mistake. Putting up walls, it is absolutely contradictory to the bill that we just passed about free trade and mobility, free mobility within Canada. And some people would even argue that it violates the constitution of free mobility within Canada between provinces. So I'm really surprised that this is going forward. You can't tear down trade barriers while putting up walls around our housing market. I wanted to share an email that I got from someone, and I did ask her permission, and I have her signed consent. And the reason I want to share it is because I get emails like this and letters all the time, and I'm sure other colleagues here in the House do as well. I think that I want to read it because she represents, this person that sent it to me represents so many Nova Scotians, certainly a lot of people in Cumberland North that I represent. And it's from Megan Perry. She is from Meadow Park Drive in Amherst. She says, Elizabeth, I'm writing to you as a deeply concerned resident of Amherst, Nova Scotia, regarding the rising costs of living in Nova Scotia, particularly escalating power bills and ever-increasing costs of groceries. Many families, including my own, are struggling to make ends meet in the face of these financial pressures. Power bills have reached unsustainable levels, putting immense strain on households already grappling with higher prices for essential goods. These expenses are becoming unmanageable for many Nova Scotians, leaving little room for other necessities, let alone savings. Myself and many of my fellow co-workers and friends have had to take on a second or third job and have to choose on a monthly basis if we can afford to heat ourselves or put food on our plates. Groceries, which are vital to the health and well-being of our families, are also becoming alarmingly unaffordable. The rising prices disproportionately affect those who are already vulnerable, including seniors, single parents, and low-income families. It is disheartening to see so many in our community having to make difficult decisions between heating their homes and putting food on the table. While I understand that factors such as inflation and global markets play a role in these increases, I firmly believe that more can and must be done at the provincial level to address these issues. And then she goes on to urge for changes such as review and regulation of power rates, working with Nova Scotia Power to ensure rates are fair and transparent, and explore sustainable energy solutions that can help reduce costs for consumers in the long term. Support affordable groceries, implement or expand programs that support access to affordable and nutritious food for all Nova Scotians, such as subsidies, food banks, and local agricultural initiatives. And direct assistance for families. Enhance financial relief programs for households facing extreme costs of living pressures. The well-being of our communities depend on prompt and decisive action. As my elected representative, I'm counting on you to bring these concerns to the forefront of your work and to advocate for meaningful change. Thank you for attention to this critical matter. Sincerely, Megan Perry. And Megan, I'm so grateful for her for sending me this letter. I hear from so many people, but when I read her letter, I thought it was so well written. I wanted to share this here in the legislature, because what she shared is how many Nova Scotians and many in Cumberland County are feeling right now. So Bill 68, I don't believe does enough to help the Megans in our communities. What Bill 68 does reveal more than anything is a government that wants, sorry, I'm going to go on here. What's the plan to pay down the debt? We haven't heard anything about that. And I will say, I find it a little, I don't feel like that this government is acting like what many would think a progressive conservative government would, how they would govern, I would say. And if you look at the principles and values of the party, it talks about financial, or at least it used to when I was a member, talks about financial responsibility. And we continue to see budgets that are running deficits, and we continue to see this province going further and further and further in debt with an increasing GDP debt ratio. That is not good. It's not positive. And it's just not what Nova Scotians, I think, expect when they elect a progressive conservative government. I say that just because that's, when I first joined the party, that's what drew me to the party, was I was a businesswoman and I equated progressive conservatives with strong fiscal management. And I remember when I was first elected, I think it was when I was first elected in 2017, there was a reception and I came here and brought my father. He had never been to the legislature, and he's kind of more of an armchair politician. He's never been actively involved in at any level of politics, but he loves to debate and he's very interested. And I brought him to the reception and he met Premier Stephen McNeil. And when he met Premier McNeil, they shook hands, and they both have very large hands. And Premier McNeil looked at him and he said, "I'm the most conservative Liberal Premier Nova Scotia's ever had." And I would say that was a true statement. And my Liberal colleagues could speak to this more than me, but they had numerous balanced budgets here in the legislature. So I just share that because it's not what you would suspect. Like typically when people align with certain political parties, there's certain attributes that you consider. So I just share that because I do think that, especially given the concerns right now with President Trump, I do think that we are in a place right now where we need to be fiscally responsible. There's growing uncertainty on the horizon with Donald Trump's return to the White House. And even when he was here, even when he was in the White House before with his former term, we saw shifts in trade, we saw global markets unrest and interest rates increase. The last time he put tariffs on Canadian goods, he attacked multilateral trade agreements. But this time we're seeing a much more hostile approach and directed at us here in Canada. So we are facing real threats because our economy depends on stable exports and U.S. tourism and global confidence in Canada's fiscal health. In Cumberland North alone and throughout all of Cumberland County, we export a ton of products to the United States, and we are facing extreme economic disparities and problems if, in fact, those tariffs come in place next month. We export a ton of products like blueberries, lobster, other seafood, lumber, manufactured goods through Emerson Packaging, Sea Vision, Waldale, and more. And back when the threats first became apparent, I sent a letter to the Premier, and I believe I copied the Minister for Economic Development and asked them if they would consider doing an economic analysis, an economic impact analysis rather, on the exports that leave Cumberland County to the U.S. so that we would have a better idea of what we're dealing with. And unfortunately, I did not get a response to that letter. And my suggestion was that we use our RENs. In Cumberland, we have the Cumberland Business Connector, which is partially funded by the province and partially funded by our municipalities. And it would make sense that our RENs would be involved in that economic impact analysis. It's not too late to do that, Madam Speaker, because if it's a good idea, I believe in business, to know what you're dealing with. So this government, despite the threat of the Trump tariffs, is going ahead with massive deficits, and that is a concern, Madam Speaker. I think I've addressed most of the things. I am surprised that more people aren't speaking on this. I mean, this is the FMA, this is the budget bill, this is you know, be great to see members even in government speak to this. This is our major bill that we're passing here based on the budget, and this is an important bill. This is an important bill. And with those few words, I'll take my seat. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance and Treasury Board.
Madam Speaker, I'm very pleased to say a few words on the FMA and in effect the budget too, which is all part and parcel. This budget has the largest tax cuts in Nova Scotia's history. Why do those tax cuts? Our people face a heavy tax burden, Madam Speaker, and we have to do stuff to make life more affordable for Nova Scotians. So this tax budget provides $500 million in tax cuts, a little over $1,000 on average per family in Nova Scotia. It is very real money. It will be very noticed. And it is a tremendous stimulus to our economy in a time when we face economic uncertainty, something we realized when we were implementing this tax cut. As well, Madam Speaker, we are doing an unprecedented, the largest capital build program in the history of Nova Scotia. Madam Speaker, the opposition say they do not appreciate the fact that we are spending this much money in Nova Scotia. I ask them, which project do they not approve of? Tell us that. Which school do they think should not be built? Which hospital should not be built? Is it the one in Amherst? Is it the building we're doing in Cape Breton? Which area in Halifax? Which area do they not approve of? Which spending do they not approve of, Madam Speaker? And the opposition say that we do additional appropriations. Which program and spending do they not approve of? I ask that. We have spent money, putting money back into the pockets of Nova Scotians, working for the benefit of Nova Scotians, Madam Speaker. We are working hard for them. And seniors, we're giving seniors more money. We're doing an unprecedented funding of schools, Madam Speaker, in many different ways. A capital program into schools. We've quadrupled that, went from $6 million a year capital budget to $30 million, whatever that is, 5 times, Madam Speaker. We're doing over 4-time increase in the school food lunch program, Madam Speaker. All things that Nova Scotians need, Madam Speaker. We're doing unprecedented tax cuts, and I could elaborate on them. I think members know what they are. Basic personal amount increase, the 1% decrease in our HST, Madam Speaker. And we're working hard. More than that, we're doing things like taking the tolls off of the bridges, Madam Speaker. I've had 2 different people in different occasions tell me what we accomplished in doing that was something we didn't expect, and that is making this feel like one city. Taking the barrier between Halifax and Dartmouth away, and 2 individuals have said, you've united the city. You've made it feel like one city. We didn't realize that we were doing that, Madam Speaker. Honestly, we didn't realize that. We're increasing the basic amount for the businesses from $500,000 to $700,000 and reducing business taxes to some of the lowest in the country. Madam Speaker, some members have mentioned the non-resident D tax. I don't think it's an insignificant or minimal amount of money. It's a significant amount of money, but the reality is neighboring provinces like PEI have had these types of rules for over 100 years. New Brunswick has a different method of doing the same thing, which they've had for a long, long time, which is actually more money the longer you own your home as a non-resident, the more you pay. It's an annual expense every year. We're preserving homes for Nova Scotians, Madam Speaker, and people who want to come and live here. We want to have those homes available to them. So we are doing this because of the housing crisis in our province. So I think it's important. I know there was a mention of the settlement from the tobacco companies. The reality is that money will come in over 15 years, Madam Speaker, and we trust that the tobacco companies will honor that commitment. That's the reality. We trust that they will. It'll come in over 15 years, and it represents a payback of money that we've already spent on individuals' care costs. That's the reality, but the money will never bring back family members, the friends, neighbors we know who have died from tobacco-related diseases. That's the reality, Madam Speaker. We'll never get them back. Madam Speaker, this Financial Measures Act also includes measures to allow parental support to be tracked across the globe. We're joining the Hague Convention. That's a good thing. We're also dropping the vehicle rebate for Teslas, Madam Speaker, as other jurisdictions such as Manitoba and BC are. Madam Speaker, the reality is we are in an existential crisis in our country, but we will persevere. Nova Scotians are strong. Our nation is strong. We will do a better job of working together. We will do a better job of doing business with each other. We will do a better job of developing our own natural resources, of lifting up our own people, providing for the economy of Nova Scotians. So, yes, I'm getting asked another question. Madam Speaker, I'm proud of this budget. We put in a contingency for the tariffs. We were the first province to do so. We are working hard to stimulate our economy. There's many good things in this budget, and I will just point to the school food lunch program one more time and say, I will ask the opposition, can you really vote against the school food lunch program? Shame on you for voting against it if you vote against it. With that, Madam Speaker, I move to close debate on Bill 68.
The motion is for third reading of Bill 68 Financial Measures Act. Would all those in favor of the motion? There has been a request for a recorded vote. We will take a short recess till the whips are satisfied. I turn it on. You can smell it at your seat now?
Sorry, did not mean to leg Larry there, Deputy Premier.
Order. The clerk will now conduct a recorded vote. Please remain completely silent while the clerks record your vote. I recognize the clerk.
Brian Comer.
Yes.
Nolan Young. Yes. Kim Maslin.
Yes.
John Lohr.
Yes.
Brendan McGuire.
Yes.
Tim Houston. Barbara Adams.
Yes.
Michelle Thompson.
Yes.
Fred Tilley.
Yes.
Dave Ritzie.
Yes.
Twyla Gross. Tom Taggart.
Yes.
Brad
Yes.
Johns. Marco McLeod.
Yes.
Adegoke Fadare.
Yes.
Susan Corkum Greek.
Yes.
Leah Martin.
Yes.
Chris Palmer.
Yes.
Melissa Sheehy Richard.
Yes.
Brian Wong. John A. McDonald. John White.
Yes.
Brad McGowan. Kyle McQuarrie.
Yes.
Tim Outfit.
Yes.
Rick Burns.
Yes.
Julie Van Exen.
Yes.
Diane Timmons.
Yes.
David Bowlby. Nick Hilton.
Yes.
Becky Druin. Tim Hallman.
Yes.
Scott Armstrong.
Yes.
Jill Balzer.
Yes.
Colton LeBlanc.
Oui.
Claudia Chender.
No.
Susan LeBlanc. Lisa Lachance.
No.
Derek Mombercat.
Nope.
Ian Rankin. Elizabeth Smith McCrossan.
Yes.
Paul Wozni.
No.
Susie Hansen.
No.
Kendra Coombs.
No.
Kent Smith.
Yes.
Tori Rushton.
Yes.
Trevor Boudreau.
Yes.
Greg Moreau.
Yes.
Ryan Robichaux.
Yes.
Damian Stoylov.
Yes.
Danny McGilvery.
Yes.
Krista Gallagher.
No.
Rod Wilson. Lena Hamid.
No.
The results of the recorded vote are as follows: yeas 36, nays 8.
The motion is carried. Order, we have reached, the motion is carried.
Bill 68, an act respecting certain financial and other government measures.
Ordered that the bill do pass and the title be as read by the clerk. Ordered that the bill be engrossed. Ordered, we have reached the time of adjournment. We stand adjourned until Tuesday, March 25th from 1 to 10. Also to LGTV Annapolis, his mic is stuck on.